Mhm.
Firefighters, police officers.
Yeah, it should be the case.
So are you asking about So, closed session, study session. Is there a motion to review and approve the study session agenda?
Motion?
We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Comments from the public regarding the study session agenda? Are there any comments from the public regarding the study session agenda? And as a reminder, if there are any additional questions from the public after the study session has been presented, please fill out a green card, and then you may ask questions before the board goes into its procedure of closing out the meeting at that time. So thank you for your patience. We have the motion and the second to for the study session agenda. We did comments from the public. All right, we got that. Okay. I think we're good. Yep. We're done with that. Okay, now it's time for the study session to begin. Thank you. Oh, Superintendent.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Jordan, Executive Cabinet. Tonight, we are doing the budget study session for our 24-25 second interim budget period. Next slide, please.
So the purpose of the second interim budget report is to provide an update to the board, the public, and the staff, the up-to-date general funds financial status. This is the overview of what we're going to discuss overall. And to give you an idea, we're going to go through this in detail. This is an overall picture we're going to go to. Next, please. So every year, we have two interim budget reports presented to the board for approval. The first one, that is in October 31st, 2024, and this is the second one. So we do twice a year to give you an update and present to the board whatever up-to-date general information based on the current projection. We will provide to the board members and the audience tonight that we present a positive certification to our new budget update. Next, please. So district major funds, these are the funds that we oversee under the MUSD. And tonight we going to focus on the general fund, which is, you can see on the left-hand side, we have Fund 10, Fund 40, Fund 60, and Fund 80. Those are the general fund that we're going to be focusing on. Next, please. As the first interim, we went over the ongoing budget challenges, and this time around, we're going to be facing those challenges. And most importantly, we are more concerned on the state funding reduction and the future of the federal funding. So we're going to focus that in the later information. Next, please. Enrollment. As we presented up there, we provided the history of the enrollment and the current and the projection. So I'm going to go over this current year. That is, we are getting the average daily attendance, and that is when we get funded based on our average daily attendance. Even the enrollment is the number that people signed up for school, but the average daily attendance, that's what we base on to do the calculation. That's how much we get the funding from. So this year, current year, we project the average daily attendance, that is 9,781. And the two prior year, outer year, we have 9,781 and 9,711 respectively. So that's slightly the same in the second year, and the third out year is a little lower, a little bit. Next, please. So the health and welfare benefits, that is something we are talking about having to do with the medical coverages and dental and vision. Those are the things that we have to deal with on annual basis. And as you look at the 5-year history, we'll be able to see the total cost for every year is slightly increased year over year. As of today, cumulatively, it's about 33% over the past 5 years. Next, please. Now, Tran will go over the statutory benefits.
Good evening, Board President Norwood, Superintendent Jordan, Executive Cabinet, and board members. Okay, so Duke mentioned a little bit about the challenges of our soft enrollment in the ADA in the next 2 out years, on top of the cumulative health and welfare cost. So I want to reiterate, the health and welfare cost is your Kaiser cost, your United Healthcare cost. That's it. In addition to that cost, we have statutory benefits, which are an additional cost that the district has to absorb. So if you're looking at 24-25, a cost for a certificated employee is about 22.5% versus a classified employee, which is an additional 36.65%. Even in the out years, you'll see that PERS is continuously going up and workers' comp is going to go up. Next slide, please. At second interim, our general fund projected revenue is $163 million. Most of this is in our LCFF funds, which is about 77%. You'll see that the smaller pockets, about 3% in federal, $20 million, which is 13% with state funds, and special ed, which is about $5 million, which is 3% of the bucket. Next slide, please. Here's our general fund expenditures. We're looking at $181 million. Again, revenues was earlier $163 million with our expenditures of $181 million. If you're looking at this for certificated classified benefits, this is 81% of our budget. Most of our budget is in personnel costs. So this is how most districts average. Around 80 to 85% of most districts' budgets are personnel costs. So we just wanted to highlight this. Next slide, please. Okay. Of the $181 million that I mentioned in the previous slide, this is the ratio percentages. So if the percentages for certificated of that $181 million, certificated salary and benefits is about 45%, classified salary and benefits is about 15%, administrators' salary and benefits is about 8%. And then the health and welfare, which I mentioned earlier, which is your Kaiser cost, United Healthcare, Vision, it's about 8%. Next slide, please. We wanted to add this slide because we wanted to show what our dollars, where our dollars are being spent. So 63% of every dollar, so 63 cents, goes to instruction, 13% to instruction related. So that's your school admin support, instructional support, and another 6% to your pupil support. That's your health, speech, counseling. So that is about 82% of every dollar spent, it's instruction related. Next slide, please. This is our FTE positions as of second interim. I want to highlight the very first rectangular box, the 24-25. So here we're focusing just on the general fund FTEs as of second interim. We have general fund about 633. In general fund restricted, these are your categoricals and your grants, about 82 FTEs. Your general fund restricted, which is your special ed program, about 237. So our total is 953 just for general fund. You'll see the breakdown of the other funds beneath that. To the right, we have the combined FTE. Here it's broken down just so we can take a look. Certificated, it's about half of our total FTE, it's 551. Certificated administrators, 49. Classified is 398. And classified managers, 22 FTEs. Next slide, please. And this is our FTE in terms of a comparison for the first versus the second. So there's a reduction of a 1.37 overall. Next slide, please.
So in terms of our revenue, this is the LCFF revenue factor. This is what we use as a base funding for every ADA that we account for. And each grade level has different costs. As you can see, for TK to 3, we get 10,025 as the base per ADA, and then we have 10,177 for 4 to 6, 10,048 for 7 to 8. And then 9 through 12, we get 12,144. On top of that, we add the COLA, and then any grade span adjustment that gives us an additional cost increase in our revenue. And this is how our total LCFF is calculated. Next slide, please.
So quick question.
Yes.
Regarding the previous slide. The Department of Finance statutory COLA, that is the COLA that comes out when?
Sorry, can you
When does the COLA come out in terms of when do you know what the COLA is and how you calculate that final number?
Got it. For 24-25, that's a fixed COLA already. It was given to us when the governor approved the budget in July, August. For 25-26, 2.43 COLA is proposed back in the January governor's budget proposal. And then we will get an update of that at the May revise in May. And then once the legislature approve the budget or have to finalize the budget with the governor to approve it, it will be around July of 2025.
So in what was last year's COLA?
Last year's COLA,
23, 24?
Yeah,
I think it was 8.22.
I think I want to say 8.22.
8.2,
8.22%.
and then the year before that?
Oh, I'd have to look back.
We have to look. I don't have that number on top of my head.
So when we have a COLA, so this is a drastic difference in terms of COLA. Last year was 8 point something, and then this year is
0.07.
Okay. So obviously that has, okay. I think I thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. This is our assumption for the out years for 25, 26, and 26, 27. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but we account significant changes in our 25, 26 based on the Santa Clara County Office of Ed requirement of district stabilization cost. So, but we also have to account any increases such as PERS into our budget for next year, any increase in COLA, and also we have some vacant positions this year, classified position that we can't fill, that we end up using contractors to address those needs right away. So because we took that out of our salary and put it in contract, next year we're putting it back in salary and reduce the contract because we want to fill that position. Our intention is to fill those positions so that we put back those budget into the salary rather than contracts. So that's reflected in 25, 26.
So in 25, 26, line item number 4, 5, and 6, the COLA being 2.43, the average 1.5% step in column. The COLA being, 2.43 says how much money we're going to get additionally for the cost of living increase. The average, the 1.5 step in column increase says that's how much we're going to pay out already to both classified and certificated?
Yes, for all positions. We do an average of 1.5% stepping column because not everybody gets a step. If those personnels that are already at the step out, so they won't be getting any step increases, but we do have some employees that are on step 1, step 2, so every year they would step up into the salary schedule. So what we do is we average it out for the projection because not everybody will get this stepping column. So that's why we average, school services recommend that we average it at 1.5%.
Okay, and then the next column, PERS increase for classified staff, that goes up 0.29.
0.44.
Well, it goes from 2.705 to 27.4, that's
Yes.
a 0.3,
So less than 0.5% increase.
okay, and then STIRS is at a flat rate, so these are things that we're also paying on top.
Yes, so for PERS, because it's increasing, so we project that increase in the 25-26. For STIRS, since it's flat, so we just assume that we take the 19.10% off the salary for 25-26, and that's what we budget. That's what we projected.
So the PERS increase rate as a projected number, the 27.4, or that's an actual?
The 27.4 is the actuals that is listed on what we receive from PERS.
Thank you.
I want to just follow up with a question in regards to supplies and services as a recommended increase at 2.8. Can you give some detail or insight into to help us understand supplies and services with that increase?
Sure. The CPI, California Consumer Price Index, is what we use as a basis. We're all aware price continue to increase year to year. So the $5 supplies that we buy this year will not be $5 next year. So the way for us to project those increases in the cost is using the CPI index. For 25-26, it's estimated at 2.8. So we take the cost, our budget in supplies, and added a 2.8% in the 25-26 to account for any possibilities of increase for the out years. And so that's all an estimate that we receive from school services, and this is what we use as a basis for those increases.
Thank you. And one other question, switching to enrollment. Refresh my memory, is TK fully implemented, or is that implemented next year fully?
So TK will be fully implemented 25-26.
Okay.
Based on the governor's January budget, he's saying that, Scott, can we go back a few slides, please? Right there. So if you look at the bottom line where it says transitional kindergarten add-on,
Yes.
it's about 6,404. We didn't follow this amount because according to school services that the state cannot afford this increase. This is their proposal. So school services said that their recommendation is we budgeted at the 3,000 level that we are receiving this year because they believe that this number, the 6,000 will be back to 3,000 by the time we see the May revision. So we don't want to anticipate if it's not going to happen. So the LCFF calculator that we use has the 3,000 per ADA for TK rather than the 6,400. I think if they wanted to mandate the implementation in 25-26, the intention is to give us 6,400 funding for it, but their projection is that the state will not be able to afford it.
Okay. Thank you.
Dorothy,
Yes.
as far as the CPI, when was that last revised, the suggested CPI?
Do you remember last year? Can you repeat the question?
When was the CPI last revised? The reason I asked that is since January, there's been a lot as far as like tariffs and price increase and things of that nature that was not necessarily predicted before January, and that has since caused some little confusion and unstable prices in supplies and in the economy. So again, asking as far as when that CPI was updated, or did it account for
The
everything?
CPI was updated at the governor's January budget workshop. So it was when the governor came up with his budget in January, and this is probably just days after our new administration taken oath. So any increases in the tariffs is not accounted for yet. So we might see the CPI change by the time we get the May revision, once we start seeing all those tariffs getting implemented.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Again, this is our assumption for the out years. This one, I apologize, I forgot to print a copy. But next slide, please. This is our multi-year projection, so I'm hoping that you'll be able to see it in your screen. The blue column, the three column in blue is our first interim, where it's divvied up in unrestricted,
Excuse
restricted,
me,
and total.
Ms. Rickenose. Mr. Forstner, would you please make that larger?
Yeah, is there a way you can zoom in?
Is that good?
Thank you. The three columns in blue was our budget in first interim, and the three columns in what color? Yellow is our second interim budget. The blue column is as of October 31st, 2024, and the yellow column is for second interim is as of January 31, 2025. We are using 9,781 as our funded ADA, and that is at the 97.83 of our ADA. So we are doing really good. This is based on our P1 data that was submitted to CalPADS as of December 31, 2024. And again, the COLA is 1.07%, and the 46.32 is the percentage of our unduplicated pupil percentage, and the 2.86 is our CPI index. I'm going to focus on the yellow one because this is our second interim. The second block, the second box there you would see is the unrestricted revenue of 129,974. So those are the ones that Trang had mentioned on the LCFF, our federal, state, and other local. A combination of restricted and unrestricted, we have about 163,070,026. Can you scroll up a little bit more? I mean, scroll down, sorry. There. A little bit more up. Thank you. This next box is the total of our expenditures. Can you move it a little bit to, I wanted to show the left side of it, Scott. The categories on the left. So on the left side, you will see for our expenditure, these are showing our certificated salary, classified salary, benefits, statutory benefits as in health and welfare, statutory benefits, our supplies, services, capital outlay, and transfer, indirect costs, direct costs, and other interfund transfer. For unrestricted funds, we have about 112 million and 68 million for restricted, which brings us to the total of 180,815,179. With that, you see the red numbers on the bottom of that that's the difference between our revenue that we received this year and the expenditure that we're spending this year. What this means is that we're spending more than the money that we're receiving. And the way for us to balance the budget is to make sure that we pull funds, transfer funds from other sources, such as our Special Reserve Fund 17, our Building Fund, and our Fund 200, which is the post-retirement benefit fund. But Mr. Forstner, can you zoom in a little bit on those transfer, sorry. Thank you. I want to call your attention, can you move to the yellow, please? I want to get your attention on the 5,790,987. We are calling this out as a special transfer from building fund, which is our Fund 21, to unrestricted general fund because of our RMA maintenance of effort. So when Superintendent Jordan asked the information about how we're handling our RDA funds that are coming from the county, the RDA fund is it's called redevelopment account. It's a different pocket of local excess property tax that we receive that is not subject to LCFF reduction. So when we receive those funds, we deposit those funds in our building funds. What's in our building funds are those RDA revenue and also the leases. If we are leasing a building to private entities, all those leases goes into building fund. And what we learned is that the RDA money that we are receiving for that can be used to support our RMA. RMA stands for Routine Restricted Maintenance Account. This is the account that a maintenance of effort that the
And the RMA is for buildings and building maintenance.
yes. So the RMA is how we pay for all our MOT and tax services that supports our facilities, our building, our infrastructure. So that's where we pay our employees. And the way it's being done right now is we're hitting those charges in our restricted, and then we have our unrestricted funds contributing to it because of the maintenance of effort. And so right now, I want to call it out as a line item that our RDA funds is supporting our maintenance of effort for our MA. That's why you would see here that we have that 5.7 million. That way we can call it out as that's what's the purpose of transferring those funds in our general fund.
Dorothy, you mentioned excess property taxes. Could you define that or give examples of what you mean by excess property taxes?
Yes. So the excess property tax is one of the local category that when the state collects all our property taxes based on the different level of taxes that they collect, and once they start calculating how much we should be getting based on our ADA, then when there's an excess of funds that are collected that they accounted for, and we qualify for that excess taxes. That's where, and those excess taxes comes from the redevelopment in Milpitas. So that's where they give us the excess tax. So the county treasury office has their own way of calculating all the property taxes locally that are coming from Milpitas for the district. And then once they account for there's a homeowner's exemption, there's local property taxes that we pay annually, and there's also a tax called ERAF. So all those different level of taxes, there's also unsecured property tax and secured property tax. So those different levels based on their calculation and the amount that they receive. And then any excess that they do that is related to excess redevelopment, they give us, we benefit from those excess.
Thank you. So it sounds like it's more one time as far as during redevelopment, like those supplemental taxes on redeveloped properties and so forth. That's really where this comes into effect as a one-time funding.
Yes, we can consider it as one-time funding, but we're lucky enough to continue receiving every year, but the amount will vary depending on the redevelopment happening in Milpitas every year.
Gotcha. So there's a reassessment every year, but the amount fluctuates as far as what's being assessed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And to balance our budget, we are transferring 2.7 million from our special reserve funds, and we're transferring 2.2 million from our building fund, in addition to the RMA, and we're also transferring $500,000 from our Fund 200. And we left 6.1 million in our unrestricted for the ending fund balance for the purpose of setting aside the 3% state required reserve for the economic uncertainty and other liabilities that we have, such as revolving cash stores and prepaid expenditures. Prepaid expenditure means that we may have gotten into a contract, a 3-year contract, to get such a good deal if they give us a big discount that we end up paying them in advance for the 3 years to get the discount. But what we want to do is we set aside those prepay and record them at the right year when we get to the, on the second year. So you would see in projection year 1 is the 25-26. We account all the new Measure Q parcel tax money that we are estimated to receive at 2.2 million. And here on our projections, we put a separate column for Measure E of our old parcel tax and the new Measure Q for transparency purposes. The 1.5 for our existing parcel tax are being used for teacher salary, and the 2.2 for Measure Q, we have different purpose for it to pay for some certificated salaries like health clerks for their additional hours, and for our STEAM and athletics and mental health. And
Did you say for certificated?
our existing,
No, you're talking about the 2.2. You said health
sorry,
clerks.
classified, such as health clerks. When we increased the hours for health clerks, they were paid out of COVID funds, and then when the COVID went away, general fund unrestricted dollars absorbed the cost of that increased hours, and now we're moving those increased hours into the parcel tax in 25-26.
Thank you.
Dorothy,
And yes.
quick question. When you talk about the total revenues here that I look at, when you talk about the total revenues here that I look at as projections, what part of the grants come into the picture, whether they are like one-time or like ongoing grants that we are able to include in the total revenues to use up as expenses, right?
So for 25-26 and 26-27 projection, we don't project any one-time funds unless we're aware and we're granted of those funds already. That's the only time we will put it there. The ongoing grants are mostly coming from the state and federal, and that's what we project. And sometimes we use what we received this year, and based on, most of the apportionment that we receive for grants are based on the number of our students, for example. So if we know that we're going to continue receiving it, such as ELAP and our summer program, then we project that in 25-26 because we know that we will continue getting it. If the governor says that he's stopping or he's ending a certain grants, then we make sure that we don't budget that in 25-26.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. The reason I ask is recently we had the teacher training grants being slashed. So when would that actually reflect in the budget if there is an interim, like for the upcoming year or for the next budget season?
So once we have the information, then we can project it. But if we don't know yet, we know that we apply for grants and we don't know how much we're getting, and it's a one-time grant, we will only reflect it in our budget once we have the information.
And would you have any approximate number of the ongoing grants currently that we see?
Not for 25-26, but for this year, later part of our slide, we can show you all the grants that we receive and how much money is left on those grants that we can use for next year.
Thank you, Dorothy.
For 25-26, even though we are...
Excuse me. I think that what Trustee Naka is referring to are the federal teacher grants. Is that what you were referring to?
That is correct.
Yes. So at the federal level, we know that there are two types of funding that comes directly to schools from the federal government. One is our title funds, like Title I for serving low-income students. And then there's also the grants. And the executive order was to bring the grants to a close, and the grants evidently are under the purview of the presidency, whereas the title funds need to go through Congress. And I believe that in part, the teacher residency program that we are a part of with San Jose State, that might be partially funded by federal grants for teacher recruitment by way of coming through the state. So it's yet unknown what that impact would be, but potentially it could mean that our partnership with San Jose State on teacher residency might come to an end sooner than as planned, if that is funded by the state by way of the federal. But you're very right, Trustee Naka. The uncertainty at the federal level is definitely going to impact either, if not directly, then indirectly, all schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. That really clarifies a little bit of the unprecedented, budget scheduling for
Yes,
us.
and
Thank
for
you.
our 25-26 projection for federal, we're keeping it as is until we hear something different.
Sure. Thank you, Dorothy.
So if I hear you correctly, the best way that you could manage the possible losses from the executive orders, because I know at the county and the state level, they're looking at how they're going to possibly reallocate funding to cover the costs that they may lose if the executive orders make it all the way through, and some of those have delayed dollars. So you're saying what we have to do is we have to hope that we get the federal funding next year, because that's how we're building our budget in that particular area.
Correct, because the projection that we created, that we have today, is based on the information that we have today. And if the federal funding, for example, end up, we stop getting federal funding, say 25-26, by the time we present the budget to you for adoption of 25-26, and we have that information, then it will be reflected there. But we can't make an assumption that we will not get the federal funding based on our projection today, because we don't have that information.
So are we also thoughtful of all, not just the education funding that they might be cutting, but other areas of funding that they could be cutting that would have an impact on our budget?
Correct. Correct.
So how do we know? Are you saying that we would know at the next reporting period, at the May timeframe, in terms of what it would actually be?
So it would depend, because this is at a federal level, so it would depend on when they're going to implement the cutting of the federal funding and how the state will react to it. And if the state, when we get the governor's May revision budget, and if at that time he knows that federal funding are being cut, then it's up to, if the governor wants to take action against it and say he's going to backfill the cuts temporarily until we have a permanent solution, that might happen. Or he might just say the state can't afford to backfill the federal funding cut, so we will have to work with not having those federal dollars.
Plus having go ahead, Anu, were you going to chime in?
Just to follow up or piggyback on President Norwood's thoughts, it's either going to reflect for the upcoming interim budget season or probably definitely for the next upcoming school year. Correct me if wrong.
Yes, our next budget reporting will be, we will bring you the 25-26 budget development, and that would be in June when you adopt the budget for next year. And by then, we have the May revision budget from the governor, and then we will base our projection based on the information that we have at that time.
Sure, so probably it would reflect during the August season, that probably.
Most likely, yes.
Yes, thank you, Dorothy.
So I want to add,
Thank you, President Narvar.
basically at the state level right now, at the state level right now, they're collecting taxes, right? There's the April 15th tax deadline. Most of the state general fund revenue comes from big corporation taxes, so they're waiting for the taxes to come in before they can see how much they can fund Prop 98. So at that point in time, they'll then, at the May revise, tell us what the COLA will be by the time that the enacted budget. So when we come back with the adopted budget, we will have a better picture of where state fund general revenues are and what will happen at the federal level and what California is going to do if something happens at the federal level. We don't know yet until they get their numbers. And we won't get their numbers until at least the May revise.
So two things. One, what I know that the state of California also declared, when they declare the state of emergency, it moves back the tax period, and there was a
Yes.
state of emergency declared in Southern California because of the fires, so all of the tax revenue will not be collected by April 15th. So I'm not sure if they're going to probably have to try to guesstimate that number or do something else. That's the one piece. And the second piece, we know that the projection of the COLA is not going to significantly vary from the 2.63, and if we're below, I don't know if it's 4 point whatever it is, but if we're below a certain amount on the COLA, then we're going to be deficit spending. We're going to continue the deficit spending and trying to find ways to reduce that debt.
Right.
That is correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
So on the 25-26 projection, also you could see what's reflected here is our district stabilization plan that is required by the county office based on our new parcel tax money that's coming in 25-26, and we also account for retirement savings. We have some teachers that are retiring at their top tier of the salary, and then we know that we will be hiring at the lower level, so we capture those savings. And we also budget this based on the total FTE for attrition. Assistant Superintendent Damon and I are constantly looking at our enrollment for next year so we can budget as tightly as possible, and we account some reductions of FTE just based on the attrition. But we also account for 13 certificated retirement that we capture some savings on that. So that's reflected in 25-26. In 26-27, we didn't account any of those because the 25-26 is what we want to reflect all the what's happening in our district stabilization plan.
So Dorothy, did you say we have like 575 FTEs for this year?
We have 1,020 FTE, so we might have more people because sometimes a position may have 2 person in one position, but total positions, we have about 1,020. That involves the entire district, including Child Development Center, Adult Ed, Student Nutrition, all those. But if we're looking at general fund only, it would be about 950 something, 953, I believe.
Okay.
It's on the other slide. So that's the total of positions paid out of general fund.
Okay.
But the total overall district is about 1,020.
And the 500, the major of
The
count.
500 are, the 551, I believe, is for
Certificated.
certificated positions.
Only, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Dorothy,
Yes.
can you please go over again what is the, under services, the 5XXS, and what's the impact? And how, is there any way we can reduce that a number down?
Yes. So for 5,000 object code, those are we call it services and operating expense. In unrestricted, if you look at our SACS report, SACS stands for Standard Account Code Structure, which is attached in our agenda that reflects the entire budget, the entire district budget, all funds. On page 6 of that, it has the detail of all the 5,000 object code for services such as sub-agreement, travel and conference, membership, insurance, operation and housekeeping. When I say operation and housekeeping, it means that we have to pay for our utilities, water, garbage, technology, all those things that allow us to operate as a school district. We have some budget there for repairs and some professional services and communication. On the restricted side, it's on page 14, same detailed of all those level. So that's, and certainly there's some areas that we can find a way to cut there, but the way we budgeted our services this year is very tight when we review the budget and see where else we can cut the budget to have a balanced budget. In our SACS report, when we budgeted 20 million, we already spent about half of that. So half of that means as of January 31, which is majority half of the year, and we spent 10 million already. And that covers all the categories that I mentioned. So, so the other half will be coming, you know, we're still gonna have to pay for it.
And I want to reiterate, when we're paying up into January, for example, a lot of our big ticket items like settlement agreements, non-public service, non-public agencies, contracts that we have for behaviors, paras, those are all at least a month behind. So
Month
when
or
we
two.
say that we paid up until January 31st, which was the actuals that were pulled up to date, that realistically is only up until December. A lot of those invoices are always a month behind. So as of January, we've already paid about $11 million, and we're projecting at about 21 million for the rest of the year.
Thank you so much.
So for 25-26, based on our district stabilization plan, we actually look better because we are, the only fund that we're transferring from building fund is for the RMA, and we will only pull about 700,000 from our special reserve. Same goes in 26-27. We even have 151,000 unassigned ending fund balance if we stick to our plan. Next slide, please. Before I move forward, are there any more questions on this slide? One more that I want to highlight here on the middle column of the yellow is the restricted. We have an ending fund balance of 13 million, and these are all the restricted funds that we talked about, such as ELOV and other grants that we get from the state, such as lottery. So you will see that 13 million, it will be tied to the two slides that's coming. Next slide, please. This is pretty much the same as what you've seen in the previous slide, but I want you to focus on the last column, the white one. That reflects the difference from first interim to second interim. So you could see in our revenue, we have a slight increase of 682,000 in our revenue, and we also have a slight increase in expenditure of 719,000. A majority of those increase are on our restricted side. So when we account for any new expenditure, I believe, Duke, do you have some examples of the increase that happened in the restricted side between first and second?
Yeah, we have a significant increase compared to the first interim and second interim. Mainly has to do with the one-time fund that we are receiving, and we increased the expenditure under the 5,000 object code. It has to do with the expanded learning program. That's one of the big items I want to name out, and we have many items, but I just name out the few significant one only. We have the next one is the Golden State Pathway there, and the Student Nutrition Kitchen Infrastructure Fund. That is another big item there, as well as the learning recovery. Those are the main and major significant increase there. We spend under the 5,000 category.
And that is based on what we believe will be spent. And when we talk to the program managers or directors in charge of those budgets, for example, for CT grant, when we talk about it, what's the plan for this year, and that's what we budget, and that's, that's because that we're budgeting based on the plan that's going to happen this year. And then any excess money goes into the ending fund balance because we have 3 years to spend those. So the rest of the money we set in ending fund balance rather than let it sit in the expenditure so that we can account it for the next year. Next slide. This is the summary of our reserve and building funds. There's a little bit of error here. The revenue, interest revenue that we projected for Fund 17, you would see in 23-24 we have about 470,000 for. So there's a little bit of error. It should be like 240,000. So I apologize for that. I couldn't change it anymore, but. For our reserve funds, we are looking at, we had the leftover money from last year of 5.4, and we're using 2.7 of that to balance our budget. And for building fund, we have, we started the year with 28 million, and you can see the next line there, the RDA revenue of 5.6 million. And then we have an estimate of 1.5 in leases of our properties, and then about 800,000 for interest. The 3.4 million is projected expenditure that we charge directly in building fund. We have some positions, partial of salaries that are charged in building funds that are mostly in our maintenance department. And any repairs, for example, if our director of MOT comes to us and say, like, we have to fix the roof because it's leaking, or we have to repair some safety issue, rather than charging it in our general fund, we know that it qualifies as an expenditure in building fund, so we charge those expenditures in our building fund because it's related to the building. Also, we do a $400,000 transfer every year into our deferred maintenance account. And also the 5.7 is the transfer to general fund to support the RMA. To balance our budget, we need an additional 2.2 from Fund 21 to balance it for this year. And then the bottom one, the blue color, is the post-retirement fund. As I mentioned earlier, we have about 1.4 million we're transferring 500,000, so we will have 957,000 left in that fund by the end of this year. Next slide, please. This is the district's plan, stabilization plan or cost management. For 24-25, we've captured...
District stabilization plan, cost management. Could you elaborate on the definition of what that is with the support of the superintendent, if that's possible?
Yes. District stabilization plan is what the Santa Clara County Office require us to have to balance our budget and stop transferring funds from building fund that is not qualified as RMA. If we keep borrowing money from building fund, because building fund is not meant for that, and we, when they see us deficit spending, they want to address that we address our deficit spending in a way of making cuts in our budget.
So the county, so we had to come up with a district stabilization plan because the county said what?
At first interim, when we submitted our budget and they reviewed it, they came back saying they will certify us positive in first interim. They will accept our budget, but when we submit our second interim budget, we need to come up with district stabilization plan through addressing the deficit spending. And they said that if we don't come up with district stabilization plan, that they will not recommend us for a positive certification to the state. So that means we will be in a qualified certification. Our goal is to have a positive certification because it means that we are financially stable and will be able to commit to all for this year and the next 2 out years.
So just to repeat what you said, a positive certification allows us to maintain our good credit, the interest rates we currently have, that we've had from years past. And if we don't make the adjustment, then we will only have a qualified certification, and then that will be reported to the state.
Correct. Positive certification means we can meet all our financial obligations this year and the next 2 out years. If they say we're not going to recommend you for a positive certification, because right now we're only certifying ourselves. Once we submit our budget to the county, they will review it, and then they will make their determination whether we're positive or not. So the other certification is the qualified certification. What that means is we may not meet our financial obligation in the out years.
Like we're just meeting it this year, but depending on what our expenditures look like as it keeps growing, they will not certify our 25, 26, 26, 27. And of course, at that point, if that happens, that's when you'd have to borrow from the state or there's a state takeover when you are not able to be fiscally solvent.
So what we want to avoid is to start having a qualified certification and then move down to negative certification. The minute we have negative certification, we could lose all our control in handling our finances because the county office will take over with the FCMAT. FCMAT is it's FCMAT. It stands for Fiscal Crisis Management something team, accountability team. So they will come here if we become negative certification, and we will lose control of how we have a say on our budget. They will look at our budget and they will say, this is where you make cuts and this is how you have a balanced budget, regardless what it is. And it may not be aligned on our missions and goals and our strategic goals here at Milpitas, because their purpose is to have a balanced budget. For us, we do our budget, carefully, that make sure it's aligned with our strategic goals. And that's why the ultimate goal is to always have a positive certification. When the county office sent us the letter, when we submitted first interim budget, that was the condition, is that we submit our second interim budget with a district stabilization plan, meaning we have to look at our expenses on areas where we can make cuts so we can have a balanced budget, and then we can show that we stop transferring funds from building fund into the general fund to balance our budget.
Thank you. So just a quick time check. I know we want to go through this, but we're at 7:20. How much more we got?
I'm almost done. We're almost done.
Awesome, thanks.
This is probably the last page that we would just need to go over a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
For 24-25, we look at a reduction of legal services and encumbrances in our current budget. We have Executive Director Preeti Johari and I have a conversation with our site leaders on sweeping our site allocation carryover to help us with the deficit for this year. And we also wanted to do hiring freeze on certain positions. There are certain positions that we can't freeze the hiring because of safety and security and by contract. For 25-26, as I mentioned earlier, we have the new parcel tax measure Q that our community has approved for us, which help us on going forward with 25-26. I'm not going to go through all these details, but as I mentioned some of this already when I was talking about the multi-year projection.
Well, anything here you want to highlight? I mean, you don't have to go through all of it, but is there anything you want to highlight?
What I want to highlight is that for this year, we captured about 660,000 cuts for this year, and we capture about 2.2 million cuts that we're assuming in 25-26. When I say cuts, it's not necessarily cutting, but what we're doing is we're realigning some of the positions that are being paid for by unrestricted funds that are qualified to pay for our parcel tax measure Q money. And with this plan, as you can see in our multi-year projection for 25-26, our budget is looking better because we will not be transferring funds from building fund. Any other questions on this slide? Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that 13 million that you see in the ending fund balance of restricted funds, these are the details on what that 13 million is accounted for. You can see it's for expanded learning program, educator effectiveness, our lottery, anti-bias, Golden State Pathways, so on and so forth. These are all the restricted funds or grants that we receive from the state or federal that is restricted for specific purposes. That's what the 13 million is for. Next slide, please. And that's pretty much the end of our presentation, and these are just to let you know what's coming up in the future.
And so later in the action items, the board will be presented with what our team went over, and we recommend the board adopt the second interim budget at that point, along with the budget stabilization plan.
Are there any questions? Scott, are there any additional public comments?
No public comment at this time on study session.
Okay, I'd like to motion to conclude the study session.
Motion to conclude the study session.
Motion to conclude the study session. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Seeing none, motion carries. I would like to, before we go into open session, for us to take a 5-minute break. All right, is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve for a 5-minute break.
We have a motion to approve a 5-minute break. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Seeing none, motion carries. 5 minutes. ready to get started? We're having problems with the audio. Are we having problems with the audio, Scott, David?
All right.
Before we begin open session, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Board President Norwood. I would like to.
Oh, hold on a sec, Rob.
Oh,
Oh, closed session announcement, Rob.
oh, sorry, you're right. Closed session announcements. In closed session, the board unanimously took action to non-re-elect probationary certificate employee 855646. Also, in closed session, the board unanimously approved the superintendent's recommendation to accept the reassignment of 3 certificate managers. The effective date will be July 1, 2025. That is all from closed session.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the open session agenda?
Yes, President Norwood. I would like to move 15A recognitions to after our flag salute.
The motion to move 15A to after our flag salute, is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Student board reps, are you ready? Yes. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. We will be moving recognitions after the flag salute.
That's okay.
Scott, roll call or for the student board reps? Well, hold on, I got to reconvene an open session. Review and approve the open session agenda.
Make a motion to accept open session agenda.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. Open session agenda is accepted. Now it's time for the flag salute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Come to the mic, come to the mic.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Seaman Apprentice T. And accompanying me here this evening are Cadets Petty Officers Verdi and Cheng, and Cadets Geary, Pingle, Lin, and Palayo. We are here on behalf of the Milpitas High School NGRTC program. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remove all hats and hoods, and place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated.
Thank you, Milpitas High School NJROTC, for your service and participating at each one of our board meetings. It is deeply appreciated. Superintendent Jordan?
All right, we have several recognitions for tonight. It's good to see everybody here, especially for our recognitions. First, many of you may have read about this young lady, Jaya Chavez, who is a student at Pomeroy. And
come on now.
Jaya, may I have you and your family up front along with our board and governance team? There you go. And Jaya, before we do pictures and everything, can you tell us what it took for you to get to where you are the winner of boxing for your class?
So I've been training for a really long time, you have to work hard to get far in life. So for everyone out here who wants to get far in life, work hard.
So first we'd like a picture with you and your family and our governance team, and then we would love to have all of our Pomeroy staff join you. Pomeroy team, please join us for a picture with Jaya. Jaya's friend, Peyton. All right, next we have our Milpitas High School Technology Student Association for being amazing scholars who represent us in so many ways at competitions and also in service to others by supporting STEM competitions for other students and especially those who are younger. So I'd like to have our Milpitas High School Technology Student Association please come on up. Spread out. Spread out that way.
Some guys kneel down, let's make it happen.
Yep, some of you have to kneel. Thank you. You stand with you stand.
Wait, why are we down?
And Basista, while our Milpitas High School team is coming up to join us for a picture with you, could you just tell us a little bit about some of the things you've done, like maybe last year when you did you and the team organized the competition?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Vasista, and I'm currently a senior at Milpitas High School. I started TSA when I was about to become a junior. I was still in my sophomore year. I was laying down the groundwork to start TSA, to have it set up for my junior year, and of course, now in my senior year. So in the past 2 years, we've competed in several competitions. One of the most notable ones is called TEAMS, so it's called Test of Engineering Aptitude, Mathematics, and Science. And it's essentially a 3-part competition where we compete against schools from across California, such as Harker, Amador Valley, Doherty Valley. And we compete in an MCQ test, a build challenge, and an essay competition. And so through a lot of hard work, through a lot of hours spent by our students, working, preparing, sacrificing their time after school to compete in the competition, we managed to secure 3rd place in the state of California for the build challenge. So yeah, that's a notable achievement of ours. And this in particular means more to me because while I have other awards, for this one in particular, I've had to lay down the groundwork myself, advertise this club to people who just straight up had no idea. An example of that is when I would go to people, I would tell them, you should join TSA. And then they would be like, you mean the thing at the airport? Like the travel security agency thing? So, I mean, it was annoying at first, but I realized, okay, nobody knows about TSA just yet. I need to really make sure people understand what it is, make sure people learn about it, see what a great opportunity it is for both high schoolers and middle schoolers. And about coming to middle schoolers, we want to expand to middle school as well. TSA is not only for high schoolers, but we also have dedicated middle school competitions. So we want to expand this to Rancho, we want to expand this to Russell, and make it a really big club where people can find their place competing in STEM competitions. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vasista. Does Vasista have family here?
I need this slide.
Come on.
I can't get this slide in there. It's got all this space right here.
Good to see you again.
Guys, all this space in here, even Bill.
Yes, we'd like all of our high school, Milpitas High School team members here to support our kiddos. Thank you. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the Milpitas Teen Center, but sometimes, especially since COVID, it really didn't have any teens in it. So this Milpitas High School Teen Way Club brought life back to it so that our teens have a place to be outside of school. So I'd like to have our Milpitas High School Teen Way Club come on up. Crystal. All right, Crystal, why don't you stand in the middle and tell us a little bit about the club.
So the Teen Way works with the Teen Center in order to contribute for the youths of society, of the community, in order to prep them and explore their hobbies. A few of the events that we have hosted in the past is a May mental health awareness event where students went around the Teen Center and did activities to relax and relieve stress in preparation for tests and school in general. Another activity that we've also hosted is our chess tournament, table tennis tournament, and we plan on hosting more upcoming in spring break, and probably in the future would be a STEM camp that we've been prepping for the last month or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And Tanichi, would you mind saying a few words as their advisor?
They do a wonderful job of planning events. Like they said, for the Teen Center, they invite students from all over Milpitas. So the chess tournament that they talked about, they advertised to Pomeroy and invited elementary school students to expose students to the wonderful game of chess and to a lot of other activities starting from an early age. So it's not just for high school students, but for all of Milpitas.
And I should have asked our high school team to stay with us, but please come on up again to show your support for Tadichi and our kids. And also parents, Crystal's parents, and high school teen club way parents. Crystal, are your parents here? Oh, tell them to come on up. Oh, there she is. Okay, good.
Awardees, step up to be here. Family, come here. Come all the way up here, please. Good. Perfect, right there. Now again, I need this group to shift behind up here. I can't get the whole thing. So sorry.
Thank you. No, it's not. All right, next we have our students who won in the international academic competition. And this is similar to a spelling bee, but we're looking at national geography, social sciences, science, and math. And these students are from both Rancho and Senate. So Rancho and Senate team members, get ready. So I would like to invite Tara Karate, Adia Dangaria, Tejas Karate, Tejas, thank you. Tejas, Parth Bahedi, did I say it? Oh, okay. Okay. Shreya Ram. Stavia Dangaria. Is that it? Do we have a spokesperson amongst you who would like to share a little bit about what this competition entails? Okay, Tejas.
Hello, my name is Tejas Karate, and I'm in 8th grade in Rancho. And this competition is a regional competition, and they hold a lot of these events around the nation. And if you perform well in this competition, you can move up to nationals, which is held in Orlando in summer. This is an individual competition, and it's like in like a buzzer kind of style, where it's like a paragraph questions where like everyone gets to press the buzzer when they know it, the answer to the question, and the harder clues are in the beginning, and then it goes down to easier clues. So that's basically the general idea of the competition.
Thank you. And may we have your family and then our Rancho and Senate team members? So we'll have the kids and family in the middle. Can we also have our Rancho and Senate team members and our family of our young competitors? And now we have our maid in MUSD. Our certificated person is Valerie Lamb, and our classified person is Liz Ridley. So if we could have you as well as our Middle College High School team members. Is Liz on virtual? Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, before you take a picture, Valerie, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. It's been amazing working with my middle college team, and I love seeing the students grow every day.
And Principal Scott, would you say a little bit about both Liz and Valerie?
Yes, I would be happy to. We are very fortunate to have Miss Valerie Lamb and Miss Liz Ridley on our MMCHS team. Miss Valerie Lamb does an incredible job of supporting students across our district. She is a tireless advocate for our students and a guide for them when they need that. And Miss Liz Ridley has been instrumental in growing all of the programs at our extension site, and we couldn't do without her. So we appreciate you both.
Thank you. Do you have family here, Valerie? Okay, all right. And also, make sure, there you are, Elijah. You're Middle College High School, right? Yeah, it's right there next to him. Mr. McContague.
Good?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask our trustees to say something as well, if you would like. There is a leader in our midst who served for many, many years in education, and we in Milpitas Unified were fortunate to have Mr. Bob Nunez as one of our trustees in 2014-16, I think it was. And he provided a lot of guidance to me and also, I think, to the trustees at the time. And he continued to do so even in his role as city council member and also throughout the county as he held many positions of leadership, such as the president of La Raza Roundtable, the chair of La Raza Roundtable, as well as vice president and president of the Silicon Valley NAACP. And he is just always a person who looks to the community to identify people who, if they come together, they can have a greater impact in achieving goals. And he certainly did that with us and still does, gives us articles and connects us with people. So we really appreciate and value you, Mr. Nunez, for all that you do. And I'd like to ask one of our student trustees to read the recognition.
Sorry, from here.
And if you'd like to come up.
In recognition of his 40 years of experience in education and community service, the MUSD Board of Trustees honors Bob Nunez for his leadership in MUSD and beyond. In 2014, Mr. Nunez was elected to the MUSD School Board, where he was infused with the team with his insights about supporting every learner through community partners and innovation, such as the founding of the Joseph Guerrero Family Resources Center. As council member and vice mayor for the city of Milpitas from 2016 through 2020, Mr. Nunez championed community support for the MUSD schools, including weekly district city leadership meetings throughout COVID, which resulted in timely communications and enhanced services to all. As vice president and president of the Silicon Valley NAACP, Mr. Nunez supported MUSD in assuring all learners have access to safe and effective learning environments. Additionally, as chair of the La Raza Roundtable, Mr. Nunez evaluated MUSD to provide greater awareness throughout the Santa Clara County of the opportunities that partnering with the district provides to all. It is with great pleasure that MUSD Board of Trustees recognizes and congratulates Bob Nunez for his accomplishments throughout his career and into the future as he begins his next pathway in retirement.
I know Bob Nunes for a long time. 2018, I ran for school board, and at the same time he was running for mayor, he mentored me. He met with me every other week taught me the good, the bad, and the ugly of politics. And although I didn't agree with some of the politics, I learned so much from you. You mean so much to me, and you'll always have a special place in my heart, wherever you are, here or moving to Orange County. I want to tell you how much I appreciate you, and I'm going to miss you. Thank you, Bob.
Mr. Nunez, there's not enough time to roast you, so I'll keep it short and simple and say we're lucky enough to have you been part of both the school district and the city council. The things that you try to collaborate and partner with and build the gaps between school district and city council has been amazing. We miss that from that standpoint here, but thank you so much for all that you do.
Congratulations, Mr. Bob Nunes. Although I haven't gotten an opportunity to work with you alongside, but thank you so much. I've heard a lot, and kudos to you for all your commitment and your efforts towards our community, towards our teachers, towards our students, and every part of our diverse community of City of Milpitas. We are grateful for you, and we wish you all the very best in your future endeavors, and hope to see you still connected and be involved because we need you. Thank you so much.
All right, Bob, I get to follow you if I remember correctly. I took over your seat, and you've been inspirational in terms of how you build bridges between the community, different parts of the community, and I'll keep it short, and I like to see if I can follow in your footsteps then. Congratulations for
Thank you for the backpacks. Thank you for the donations that no one knows that came from you to support kids all throughout MUSD. Thank you for the wisdom in terms of working with school districts as a former superintendent in navigating so many unique situations. Thank you for the 3 o'clock in the morning emails about how we could improve education in MUSD. Thank you for your support in 2019 with the Silicon Valley NAACP when we had an incident and we needed to rally the community to make something positive out of something that was a negative. The relationship with the city of Milpitas, as they all said, we can go on and on and on. But finally, thank you for the ride that when we drove down south and you told me about how you started as a student and then a custodian, and then you stayed committed to public education till you became a superintendent and elected official. We all want to follow in your footsteps. Thank you.
They gave me the mic like I was going to say something. So first, I never said I was leaving. I just said I was retiring. So I'm still registered. I still live in Milpitas. I'm registered here to vote, and that's very important for me. And I'm just going to say a couple of things, then I'm going to get off stage because I can talk for hours. But as I sit here and look at all you people here, this reminds me of my very first day at Eastside Union High School District as their assistant superintendent for HR. This was the room. They were a lot louder, screaming, yelling, parents, everybody was. But I looked for the person that seemed to be the most focused, not only screaming, but also taking notes about what everybody else was saying. The labor rep for the Eastside Teachers Association, a teacher at Eastside. So I went to go visit her. As I recall, it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. Knocked on the door, said, could we have coffee? She did say, "Who the hell are you?" I said, "Well, you know, I'm the new assistant soup." From that point on, every other week we had coffee at her house. So when you talk about a culture of we, 2 weeks ago I was sitting with the RR from Southern California for CSCA, Nancy McCall. We were talking about what they could do to help a district there, Temecula. Oh, I'm not supposed to say their name, but it's sort of like Temecula Valley Unified. That was mistreating not only parents, but staff, everybody. So I gave her all the things you have on your website about the culture of we. And we talked about how we did that same thing in Riverside. So everything I did was not new. But you have here at this district a state school board member, recognized state school board member, and superintendent. Don't wait to see what the state does to you, because they'll do something and you won't like it. Get together, get with the teachers, get with classified employees, get with the parents. You have a state senator, you have Ash Kalra, assembly member. Go tell them what you want, why you want it, and help them get it for you. At the end of the day, those are the things I still want to do. I need to get out of everybody's way. I noticed in that picture that was up there, that one right there, there's so much white in that hair, and on me this is a beard, and this is not a goatee. This is all I grow. But when I started, I looked just like that. And I've been watching you. So first, thank you very much for letting me help. You took me in. I'm living here because Wendy Stegman, who was that person that I had coffee with all those times, told me, quit moving around in San Jose, come live in Milpitas. And I did. And I've never regretted it. I want to thank my wife, because I was gone a lot doing all those things. And she let me. And I'm going to end with, I'm leaving because I want to spend time with my grandkids. In my family, at Christmas time, there's 20 people in my house. But tonight is one of my grandson's birthday, Dash. I told him, I said, I'll be right back. Now, I'm not sure he knows exactly where Milpitas is, because that's Southern California, where he lives. So I just wanted to tell him happy birthday and tell all of you, thank you very much for letting me share your lives.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stegman and friends. Thank you, everyone. I think that was the best recognitions we've had in a long time, because we had all of you to be here to celebrate with us. So thank you. And that concludes recognitions for this evening.
As we move on into our agenda, I would respectfully ask the audience to give our students one more big round of applause. Thank you, because that ultimately, that is why we are all here today. Scott, comments from the public.
Yes.
We have a number of comments from the public. We have a number of comments from the public in person and written comments. So for the sake of time, and I want to recognize that and tell the board what has been done on regarding the public written comments. Each of you has received a packet of all of the written public comments that we received over the last week. Superintendent Jordan, can you give us an idea of, or Scott, can you give us an idea of how many categories are there with the public comments that were written? Or how did you group them?
So we had a total of, I believe it was 79 public comments that had to do with the negotiations with the MTA.
Okay.
And so within those 79 comments, I read through them all and kind of categorized them into what the main points were within each of those comments. And so, did you want me to go over that now, or?
No. So
Okay.
basically, we have 79 public comments, and you had mentioned that they are all associated with negotiations.
Yeah, and then we have, well, those were actually all MTA, and then I have 4 other public comments. These are all written public comments.
Okay.
One has to do with classified negotiations, and then there are 3 others that have to do with items that are different from the negotiations.
Okay, thank you. And then for comments from the public, as far as the podium is concerned, we want to start with Sherry Ames, CSEA Rep number 1. CSEA number 2. Just so that you know, we have 2 minutes per public comment for an individual, and then we have 5 minutes public comments for a group. And the goal is to be as efficient as possible with all of the public comments that we're going to have today. And I would respectfully ask, if you decide that you get inspired because someone has said what you're about to say, let them just say it so that we could continue to conduct the meeting of the board. That would be very much appreciated. Go ahead.
So I get 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bita Conniff. I'm a member of the public and a CSDA labor rep for Chapter 281. With that being said, I'd like everybody from Chapter 281 please stand or step forward while I speak. I'm here to show my support for a 1.5 on-schedule increase for classified staff. And I'd like to point out major discrepancies in the budget, 2 to be exact. First, the first interim report. Classified salaries had an estimated $3 million budgeted. First interim showed $3.9 million spent. Projected totals for the year spending was $12.9. That implies $9 million would be used for the second interim. I want to know how. It wouldn't. There was no way it would double. It's already set to be spent on classified salaries. Classified are asking for a 1.5 on-schedule increase, which would cost $406,500, including statutory benefits. This $400K can come from the money that will not be spent. Money is moved around all the time, bringing me to my next discrepancy. The adjusted beginning balance should always match the ending balance of the previous year. That is not the case for MUSD. 2024-2025 started with about 25 million. 23-24 ended with 27 million. That's a $2 million difference. I'm wondering where the money went. This is implying an adjustment was made that is not accounted for in the budget documents provided. Both of these examples are showing that we're talking about millions of dollars already floating around that could be given to classified, but they're being denied what would be a drop in the pond from the district budget. So I ask you to look at the people that you're denying that are working multiple jobs to keep food on the table while you are saying no to them for something that only costs $400,000, while there's millions floating from money already allocated. And this tells me that you are balancing the budget on the backs of the lowest classified or lowest paid classification in your district.
Your name again, ma'am? Superintendent Jordan, could we get a copy of what she had shared as well, so that we can get some of those points clarified?
Sure. Do you have what you spoke?
No,
your
what you
comments.
shared. You made comments specifically about discrepancies in the budget, right? Yes.
Yes.
Did a great job of reading it. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then are we now CSEA rep number 1? Okay, thank you. And while they're doing that for the, Carissa, if you want to start organizing folks, so that would be awesome. Now, are you guys going to do the 5 minutes? No, I'm talking about to Sherry. So you guys are the 5 minutes? As a group?
Yep.
Okay. So they can all come forward. They can stand side by side. I don't have to stand behind you. Right? Right? I can't see. I can't. There we go. Yeah, you can't. Right? We're in this together, right? Right? You guys are in this together, right? So we want to see everybody, right? Okay.
We are CSEA classified negotiating team minus 1 member.
Okay.
Our negotiating team has been meeting regularly and frequently with the district. While we have come to an agreement on 99% of our items, there is that one outstanding, the big one, compensation. We have made numerous proposals. However, the district's counter proposals have been sadly underwhelming. We are told the district has a large deficit due to budget constraints. There are very limited funds to work with. We don't take things at face value. So due to budget data and projection inconsistencies, our negotiations team for the very first time sent our district financials to CSCA for a budget review, which we would gladly make available to you if you would like them. The CSCA data analyst has been doing this as her job for over 40 years, so we have high confidence in her findings. After a very detailed analysis, her summary of findings were: the financial condition appears to be healthy and above average at this time. There should be no claim of lack of funds at this time. Based on this CSCA analysis, we are asking for a fair wage increase for our members. If the financials are as bad as what has been and is being presented, there would have been a hiring cap on management. We're currently at an all-time high of 74.5 management positions, whether in-house or outsourced, from a low of 64 just 2 years ago. CSCA has indicated the cost of a 1% increase for our entire classified population would be $271,000 for all 459 positions. We make up 42% of our MUSD population, yet make only 21% of the monthly total salaries paid. Just 2 admin position salaries alone make up the cost of our 1%.
I'm George DiCarlo. I'm a para at Rancho, a special ed. An example of this disparity is shown in what is being presented this evening by HR as Resolution 2025.35, a proposal to reduce some classified FTEs due to a lack of work or lack of funds. The budget presented earlier today already shows a reduction of 2.37. Now MUSD wants to reduce an additional 2.115 FTEs, which includes eliminating a 6-hour position that pays just $3,570 per month, a total of $35,000 per year. A 6-hour position that, and yet there are funds to pay 2 administrators at the same site, a combined $31,000 per month. Now, the one remaining secretary will have to absorb those additional duties into already full workload. It's not fair to add more work to the remaining classified staff with such minimal cost savings to the district. We've already lost, due to a variety of reasons, all PE para positions, with half who have chosen to resign rather than become special ed paras. We are looking at losing 2/3 of our lab paras with only one still remaining in the district. Why are we continuously shrinking our classified force while increasing admins? The district has a strategic goal to build a culture of we that engages parents, staff, community partners, and supporting success. Your governor's handbook states the superintendent sets the direction for the district by ensuring all MUSD district employees recognize in word and in action that DEI and belonging are key tenets in building the culture of we. We do not see that action, the equity to classified employees, as the district keeps growing their admin positions at our expense.
A couple of weeks ago, the assistant superintendent of HR sent a flyer out from Monte Vista Apartments, which was taking applications for its below market units. Tier 1 apartment income requirements require a minimum of $40,000 for 1 bedroom, one person. Unfortunately, a little over 1/3 of our classified staff do not even meet the minimum threshold to be able to apply for a below market rate housing. Many have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet.
No. How much you got? How much you got left?
Just a little bit more.
Finish it.
Sadly, prices are only rising. With a flat income, some of our members cannot afford food, housing, or gas. How can they give 100% of their time, energy to our students when they are worried about how to make ends meet for themselves and their family? If we could have a livable wage, we would be able to attract, retain employees, value them and their contributions to the district, and thus not to rely on sky-high third-party contractors. Almost done. The classified unit is the backbone of our district. We are the lowest paid with the most of the living expenses community. Our community that needs to have our backs to help alleviate our financial stress and paying us what we are worth. Thank you.
Thank you. So Scott, just a quick check. There are no additional public comment cards outside of what MTA has? No public,
You have all the in-person green speaker cards, yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's 3 of us together here.
Awesome, okay, thank you.
All right. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and supporting. Good evening, school board and executive cabinet.
I come before you tonight as the MTA president and the teacher in this district of over 27 years. I'm concerned about the budget priorities of this district. We are in a time of extreme inflation, and we live in an area that is one of the most expensive to live in this country. We love what we do, and we love the community that we serve. Yet, many of us have to leave each year. Why do teachers leave this district? Because they can't afford to live here. How is the culture we represented within your budget? Why are the priorities of our money going so far from the classroom? Where are we, MTA, being considered within your budget? Are we not worthy of a raise? Each year, the district has an average carryover of millions of dollars. And each year, again, we see this happening. In approximately 3 months, MUSD has projected to spend $9 million over what was approved in their adopted budget for 2024-25. It's certainly not going to the teachers of this district. Services and other operation expenses also are almost $4 million more than the prior school year. Why? The last time MUSD experienced such a significant increase, it was during COVID. Look around and see the people that make a difference in the lives of our students. Show us that we are valued and reward us for going above and beyond every day to make this the great district that it is. Make us feel that we are seen for the amazing work we do every day in our classrooms. Give us the raise we deserve. Thank you.
Hey, Scott. Scott, do me a quick favor, pause the time. I want to identify the names of the speakers just as we go through, right? So that everyone, you don't have to say your name, I'll just say it really quickly. We have Clarissa Isabel, we have Ashley Garilli, we have Lena. Ooh, I couldn't do that.
Kong put the kun.
Say it again.
Kong put the kun.
Khan Pitakun. We have Liz Pitts. We have Alicia Salgado. We have Brett Weber and a bunch of other folks. Brett, you're going to have to name those folks. Oh, I see Brett, Sanjaya, Anna, Ginger, Tanichi, Lisa, MHS English teachers. See Skylar Drager, Brenna Demas, Vivian Au, Rue Mathir, Monica Montoya, Letta Meyer, Laura Polden, Amber Garcia, Claire. Claire's a student. Yes. Trovis Blair, Christine Kim, Judy Huynh, Yen Mai, Lindsay Godwin, Natalie Duadabal, and Suzanne Moffitt. So Suzanne, you're speaking on, okay, so we've organized, all the speakers' names have been mentioned. So as we come up, as we kind of go through the clock, right, because we want to make sure if you go over a little bit, we want to give you a few extra minutes, right, to get this all done, right, because we do want to conduct the meeting of the board tonight as well, but we want to hear everything that you guys have got to say, okay? All right, thank you. Scott, continue the time, please. Thank you.
As both a teacher and a mother of 2 young children, one of whom is still in daycare, I have a deep understanding of the challenges we face daily, not only as parents, but also as educators. The work we do as teachers, especially in special education, is demanding. It requires not just knowledge and skill, but also patience, creativity, and immense emotional investment. Yet, despite the critical role we play, many of us are struggling financially. One of the most difficult realities I face as a teacher and a parent is the inability to save for a home. With the cost of daycare, rising living expenses, and the relatively low salary that many teachers receive, it feels nearly impossible to put away enough money for a down payment or long-term savings. A single-family, 4-bedroom home in Milpitas recently sold for $3.3 million, according to the San Jose Mercury. As a mother, I want to provide my children with a stable, nurturing environment and a home to call our own, and generational wealth for their future. but the financial strain that comes with being a teacher, especially in special education role, makes that dream feel out of reach. Teachers deserve better compensation for the immense work we do. Our raise would not only allow us to better support our families, but it would allow us also to plan for a future where we invest in our children's future and live with the financial security that should come with a career that impacts so many lives. Teachers should be able to live comfortably and save for their own families, just as we work to ensure our students achieve their full potential. Thank you for your time.
We are advocating for a raise that reflects the hard work and commitment of our teachers. As the demands of education grow alongside the cost of living, it's crucial that our compensation keep pace. Education is the backbone of our society, and teachers are not just instructors. They are mentors shaping the future. The challenges posed by the pandemic have only heightened our responsibilities. Our educators consistently rise to meet these demands, and fair compensation remains essential for morale and effectiveness. Fair compensation is not just a matter of wage. It's a matter of respect and recognition. With the cost of living rising each year, it's imperative that our salaries keep up, not just for retention, but for the continued success of our district. The union's request for a raise is not just a number. It's a reflection of the hard work and sacrifice our teachers continue to make. This request aligns with what is needed to keep up with inflation, rising costs, and the workload placed on educators. And it is critical that this raise be on schedule. An off-schedule raise fails to provide long-term equity. A 1% raise that is off schedule sends a message that the hard work and dedication of our teachers is not valued. If we continue to underfund education and fail to compensate our teachers fairly, we risk losing experienced educators to other districts that offer better compensation. This hurts our students, the community, and ultimately the district itself. I urge the board to reconsider the current offer, keeping in mind the long-term implications of undercompensating our teachers. We are ready to collaborate to ensure an agreement that honors our educators and supports our students' success. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the school board and executive cabinet. My name is Ashley Grilly. I've taught at Rose Elementary for 14 years. I'm the site rep and on the negotiating team. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the hardworking, talented, and dedicated teachers of Milpitas Unified to demand a more competitive raise that reflects the increasing demands that are being put on us today. Every year, the challenges and expectations we face in our day-to-day work as educators are growing in order to meet the needs of students in today's society. We are not only expected to teach the state standards and grade level curriculum, but we are expected to be counselors, social workers, and caretakers. In recent years, social media, a global pandemic, and other societal stressors and trauma have forced our students to live in a complex and divisive world. And as a result, their social emotional needs have increased tenfold. Teacher burnout is real, and it is getting worse. Teachers in the Bay Area are leaving the profession in droves, not just because the cost of living here is the most expensive in the world, but also because of the toll it puts on our mental health, our physical health, and our personal lives. This is an example of that right now. We are changing our careers, getting jobs in tech and other industries that offer less stress and better pay. The bottom line is that our students need and deserve highly qualified teachers, and highly qualified teachers deserve a living wage. We deserve to have affordable health care for our families. We can't attract and retain the best teachers to give the best to our students without fair and competitive compensation. If we continue to underpay our staff, we risk losing talented educators who might move out of the area or seek better opportunities elsewhere, leaving our students with fewer experienced mentors and teachers. I understand the district's culture of we to include a commitment to attract and retain the best educators.
Ashley, could you hold one second for me,
Yes.
please? So we started with Ashley. Ashley's with a group. It's been, where are we at on the time, guys?
So that's the issue. So the 5 minutes was up before the last speaker, and then we had another speaker, so we didn't know if that was a new speaker with 2 minutes.
So it was a new group, right? So I understand what you're saying, right? So Ashley, you're with a group of how many?
We were in a group of 3, and we're the second group of 3.
Right, this is the second group of 3, and this is the first 5 minutes of that second group of 3.
Gotcha.
So let's say that we're about 2.5 minutes. Is that fair, Ashley? About
That's fair. I'm almost done.
All right. Even though you
Got me at the last sentence.
Okay, so there are 2.5, right? And this is the second group of 3. Clarissa, could you give us an idea of like the groups as we kind of work through this? Is that okay? Awesome, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
To close, no, that's okay. Our students deserve the best. And in order to retain the best, fair compensation is an investment in our students and our teachers who support them and the future of our community. You cannot put students first if you put teachers last. Thank you for your time.
So you're part of the second group of three, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hit it. Good evening, Executive Board and Cabinet. My name is Laura Polden, and I'm a third grade teacher at Zanker. I think we all can agree that our students are the most important asset we have as a school district because it is a business. Over the past week, I've been engaged in some amazing conversations with my 8-year-old students about why having a good teacher is important to them, the most precious of all of our stakeholders. Here are some notable quotes that only echo our sentiments of why honoring teachers honor students. Good teachers make me feel calm and safe. It is important to respect our teachers because they help us learn and become nice adults. Good teachers teach us math, reading, writing, and science. They also teach us how to work with other people, even when we disagree. Good teachers make learning more fun. Good teachers make me not want the weekend to come. Good teachers remember things about my family. Good teachers make us better people. When I asked my students what a good teacher needs to do their job, this is what they said. Supplies, knowledge, to be happy and calm. Good teachers need money. The students know when they have a solid educator. Even as young as 4 and 5, understand how they feel when they leave their classrooms every single day. Why do they feel supported and loved? We create those environments, not the LPAC test, not the CASP, and no offense, none of you. We do, the teachers do. We create the magical moments, the learning opportunities, and a place for students to try and feel safe to fail. The data doesn't mean anything when our students don't have us to rely on. So even if you don't prioritize us, I know our students do, because according to them, teachers deserve to make millions of dollars. And honestly, at the end of the day, how my students value me is all that matters to me. Thank you.
So I'm the next
Group, right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members, executive cabinet, and a wonderful group of people who have been very patient with a meeting that started late, that ran on, and we really appreciate your patience staying here with us. Thank you. I do welcome this opportunity to address the board. My name is Brett Weber. I'm a resident and voter in Milpitas. I am also MTA's first vice president and lead negotiator, as well as an MHS English teacher, and I stand here with a group of my wonderful English teacher colleagues. Before I start my prepared speech, I'd like to make a quick point. We in MUSD hear a lot from you guys at the DO and the board about the culture of we. And sometimes, quite frankly, we wonder what that culture truly is. And we wonder who that we really is. And I hope tonight you see who the we is, because that's the we. That's the we that we are talking about. We are the we who are closest to the students. We are the ones who deal with Milpitas' finest students on a daily basis. We are not sitting behind a desk. We're not in meetings all day. We are the ones who are Milpitas Unified School District. Now, there is a question that has been asked very often throughout history. What is the oldest profession in the world? some would argue it's something else. But I would like to suggest tonight that it's probably teaching. Every culture, every religion, every country has a long history of teaching in their youth. The Bible says, Christ said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me." Greek and Roman philosophers like Socrates and Aristotle sat with students in a circle around them. And now, today's teachers stand in front of you, being underpaid and insulted by the district, with an offer of an off-schedule 1% cash bonus. Why the district thinks that is acceptable is completely beyond the understanding of MTA. We have repeatedly stated that we will not entertain any proposal that includes an off-schedule offer. But even more perplexing is why the district would offer that measly 1% off schedule. This year, as we saw in the budget earlier, the district received a 1.07% COLA adjustment from the state. Last year, they received an 8.22, I have my numbers, percent. And the year before that, it was over 12%. And yet, what did teachers get when you got that COLA? And that is ongoing money. When it was 12, we got 9. When it was 8, we got 4. And now the district continues to compound those COLA increases. And now, this year, you give us nothing. No real raise whatsoever. You offered us a 1% cash bonus. And I noted with intrigue that when we saw the budget earlier, the supplies and services got a budget increase of 2.86. You value supplies and materials more than you value we. Sadly, that 1% off schedule seems very much like a penny flicked across the table to make us go away. I might not know for definite which is the oldest profession in the world, but today I know for definite which profession is getting the least respect. I call upon the board to recognize our teachers for the value they bring our district and give them the raise they deserve. Good timing.
Might I say, before we begin, that was extremely powerful. And again, before I begin, it is not an honor, it is a privilege to represent my peers who are standing in solidarity with the MTA. Let me move this. I'm so sorry. I'm really tall.
You could take the mic off.
Oh, cool. Can everyone hear me now? Okay. Okay, now I may begin. Good evening, everyone. My name is
So are we a group or we are an individual?
Just one person. Moral support.
Okay, so we're at a 2 on this one, Scott. Thank you. Or David,
Okay.
thank you.
You don't have to wait for the timer to start.
Okay, so sorry. So good evening, everyone. My name is Clay or Claire Galvin, pronouns they/she, and I am a proud student of the Milpitas Unified District. I've spent the past 10 and a half years of my life in this district, whether that be my time at Weller Elementary, Russell Middle, or the MHS Extension. Within the hands of you, our educators, I can see a number of faces here tonight that have saved lives. One of my earliest memories I remember is going to my elementary school speech therapist for nearly anything that was distressing me. When I was young, the smallest thing would set me off, and it was so refreshing to have someone listen and respect me. As, a- so sorry. As I grew up and my mental health issues grew more apparent, for lack of a better term, so did bullying I faced as a trans queer person of color in the world that we live in. And the educators around me were one of the only safe havens I ever had, and many times stopped me from doing drastic things that would have had me not here speaking with you tonight. When I had heard of the rebuttal from the district, it was more than jarring and disheartening. Our educators do more than teach the future generation. They change lives. They are honorable members of our community that deserve so much more than a slap in the face 1% bonus when the original offer was more than easily in the district's budget. So this is my so sorry. So this is my battle cry to the MUSD board. As much as you say you love and respect your teachers, it's shocking to me that you would do this to people that have saved hundreds, if not thousands, of not just my peers, but our youth as a collective. Hear my call. I'm almost done. I'm so sorry. Please hear my call for change in honor of one of the most vital parts of a young person's upbringing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, Board and Executive Cabinet. My name is Alicia Salgado, and I have at least 3 jobs. First, I am a kindergarten teacher at Zanker School. This is my 21st year with Milpitas Unified. My other job is as Milpitas Teachers Association's second vice president, representing elementary, as well as our California Teachers Association State Council representative. My other job is as online tutoring coordinator for our Rancho Milpitas middle school students and in-person tutoring program support for Alum Rock Union School District students, as well as summer program site principal, education and administrative support, Aries Student Information System Manager, amongst my other roles within the Jose Valdez Mouth Foundation. We always hear about the culture of we. We are honored at board meetings, and you ask us why we teach. Our responses have always reflected that Milpitas teachers are dedicated and continue to do all they can do to put our children first. You witnessed this in 2020 during a global pandemic when our teachers immediately pivoted and successfully managed to get all of our students online and continue to teach them, while surrounding districts took weeks to be able to say the same. It is still important that now Milpitas Unified School District attract the best educators for our children. We continue to lose teachers to other districts who have become more attractive with better compensation. We supported, endorsed, and helped pass Measure Q with 71.3% last November. We were told that funds from this measure would be used to, among other things, prevent cuts to science, technology, engineering, arts, athletics, and math programs, and attract and retain highly qualified teachers and staff. We can't wait. There are thousands of vacancies across California public schools. We should be able to live and thrive in our community. Too many of us work more than one job. One job should be enough. It is time for pay and benefits that match the essential role educators have in our society. I would like to end with a phrase that should be familiar to all of us. We are MUSD family, and we continue to grow together in our culture of we. But do you really mean that?
So just to be mindful of the time, Clarissa, how many groups we got left? So, so just so that you know, by education bylaws, I have the opportunity to say we've gone through this enough so that we can conduct our meeting. So I'm trying to get an honest assessment of how much time we have left. All right? So we need it. So Clarissa, if you could be helpful and consolidate some of that, because we are almost at 9 o'clock and we haven't started the meeting at all. We're still in public comment. So that was all a part of the meeting, right? It's all part of the meeting in the process. So we're trying to work this out together, right? Appreciate it.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amber Garcia. I've been a part of the Milpitas community since I was a kindergartner here at Randall through my time when I graduated at Milpitas High School. Now I have served as a teacher for 10 years in a community I love and am very involved in. Milpitas Unified says we're a culture of we, but through this negotiations, I don't know if I feel this is entirely true. The 1% off-season bonus that was offered to us would mean about $1,250 for me before taxes, and I spend more than half of that in my classroom per year. And this is after being in the district for 10 years. Thank you. I love and value Milpitas, and I feel it's time for the district to show us that teachers are valued. Teachers need and deserve a raise, and I hope the district can find it upon themselves to do better and give teachers the raise they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're a group of two. So, hello.
So you guys are
the two of a group.
group is a group 2 or 3?
2.
Scott?
We will be under 4 minutes, so do it
Yeah,
however you want.
however you want.
2 and 2 or 1 and 7.
I'm part of their group.
We're gonna do that for real?
All
We're
right.
gonna do that like that? Is that how you wanna do that? Okay,
That works.
let's go. 3, you got 3, you were 5.
Okay, here we go. Hello, I am Dr. Lita Meyer, and I've been a chemistry teacher at Milpitas High School and Milpitas Unified for almost 25 years. I love my students. I have always told others that while Milpitas Unified is not perfect, it is a great place to be a teacher. However, in the last few years, that's shifted. I have felt the shift away from valuing the teachers at Milpitas Unified. Teaching has become even more demanding over the past years. We are being asked to do more and more. Teachers that support their students should not be forced to work 2 jobs to try and make ends meet. Working 2 jobs divides our attention and our time and makes it so that teachers cannot fully focus on supporting our students. Currently, the support for teachers has been in mere words and little to nothing else. While the words are much appreciated, actions need to accompany these words. Milpitas Unified is in a place where they can show us they value teachers and students through action. I encourage you to show the amount you value your teachers so that we can continue to support our students. Actions like supporting a raise speak so much louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Skylar Dreger, and I have been at MHS for almost 30 years, both as a teacher and as an administrator. I'm also the proud parent of a senior. Last year, MTA negotiated first, and the board approved a 4% raise. CSEA, our classified union, went next. They opted to ask for an increase in the healthcare cap and were approved for a $100 increase plus a smaller percentage for their raise. Totally fair. However, when MMA, which represents the management team, asked for a Me Too, they were given both the 4% raise and the increase in the healthcare cap. This year, when MTA started negotiations, we asked for that same increase in the healthcare cap. This request has so far been denied. For a district that has always talked about the culture of we, this doesn't seem fair. If management deserves this increase, why don't we? Isn't healthcare important for all? We have all experienced the same rising prices in our coverage, not to mention raises in costs for PG&E. And don't get me even started on eggs.
Teachers always also make a lot less than management. For example, when I started as an administrator at MHS, I was making approximately $25,000 more than I had been as a teacher. Now, admin work a 12-month contract, while teachers work a 10-month. And they require a very specialized credential and a master's degree, so this makes sense. However, because a percent raise on a higher base salary goes up exponentially when compared to that same percent on a lower base salary, when I left management to return to the classroom, I was making about $50,000 more than my teacher pay. So tell me, which group needs the increase in the healthcare cap? Thank you.
Hey, Skylar. Skylar. Did you write that?
Huh?
Did you write that?
I did,
Can I have that?
if you want it.
Thank you.
Hi, Travis Blair. I'm a special education teacher in Milpitas High School.
Just quick, hold on, Tech Travis.
Sure thing.
Where are we at? How many folks we got? So here's what we're going to do, and this won't be a popular decision. We're at 8:55. We do have a public comment from a non-educator that's been added, so we're going to continue with the public comments until 9:05, and then we're going to allow the non-educator to do their public comment, and then we're going to continue on with this meeting. So be kind to your peers in terms of the time allotted so that we can be able to conduct the meeting of the board and honor everyone that is here as well. Thank you.
President Norwood?
Yes.
I would also like to add that while the clapping is really nice, the timer is still going when we clap in the middle of a speech. So please keep the clapping at the very end so everyone has the amount of time to speak.
Thank you.
Right. Special education at Milpitas High School. Throughout my time working in this district, I have not been supplied with curriculum and needed to build on my own. Our district wholeheartedly believes that students in special education should be given access to the same curriculum as general education students. This follows the model of inclusion and has wide support throughout the district. However, as the board should know very well, it takes considerable effort to properly scaffold and accommodate the general education curriculum to be digestible and understandable for our special populations. It is even more difficult when a class and curriculum that is designed for 11th graders is being taught to students who have a 5th to 7th grade reading level. As you can imagine, special educators often need to rework entire textbooks in order to make it accommodating for our students. I've written my own curriculum for several classes: study skills, social skills, geography, world history, U.S. History, government, and economics. It was not until this school year that I was finally supplied with an actual curriculum for my 3 current subjects. Fun fact, the old textbooks that I had that were given to me were from 1999 and not updated until this very current year. Even still, the new curriculum is too high for my current students, so I must modify. Members of the board, this scaffolding takes time. It also takes time to build relationships with our students. It takes time to write IEPs, to collect data, to enter data, to hold meetings, to test and retest, to attend trainings and update our teaching practices, to grade, to listen, to connect with families, to plan, to teach, and to complete a myriad of duties, which only increases every academic year, if not every other week. Special educators, psychologists, and all others who assist our special populations are repeatedly tasked with doing more and are repeatedly asked, why do you deserve a raise? And yet here we are, being denied a raise to address the increased workload, being denied a raise to address the extra work educators engage in to care for our students, being denied a raise to retain quality teachers, being denied a raise to make schools comfortable, welcoming, and accommodating for students to attend. Attendance, which I might want to remind the board is how you make your money, according to several professional developments and signs outside our schools publicly labeling students as dollars. Dollars may not be how us teachers see our students, but it is what we need to survive, and it is how we help this community, especially for those who cannot afford to be living within this community. Teachers work tirelessly, often directed to work past our contracted working hours, and we deserve a raise.
Hey, Scott. It's 8:58. Could you do this? Because it seems, let's figure out how we're going to get through this. And what I mean get through it is take the time to, one, to make sure as many voices are heard as possible, but we again get an opportunity to conduct our meeting. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Dowda-Ball. I am also a special education teacher in MUSD, and I'm also a mom. And like many other educator families, my family relies on my income and healthcare benefits. I've worked in education for over 20 years. I started as a para. I've been a BIT the last 17, 18 years as a teacher. And I have to be honest, out of all the years I've worked in education, I've never felt more financially insecure as I have these last few years. I think it's important to give our own personal experiences. So like in Silicon Valley, we all know the cost of living isn't just rising, it's exploding. The average rent for a small apartment is $3,000 to over $4,000. Groceries are over $1,000 a month. And for healthcare for my family after taxes, it's about $1,600 to $1,700 out of my paycheck, which is a lot of money. And that's not including the premiums to be able to afford to take my child to the ER if they broke a collarbone, or covering treatment for a child with asthma. And just the last month, my family has dealt with a broken bone, an eye injury, influenza, asthma, and MRI. These are just the realities that we all face. Next year, my child will be old enough to attend science camp, but it now costs more than $500. I want to say yes to that experience, but I need to be able to save a little each month to make that possible. We're not asking for luxuries. We just want to try and meet the basic needs of our families without constantly worrying about how we can make that happen. We know that the cost of living isn't something within your control, but what is within your control is the ability to show us through actions that we are valued. We deserve fair compensation. We deserve to know that you recognize our worth and the basic needs of our children and families, because every bit counts. We love our MUSD community, and we don't want to be forced to leave. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hey, Scott. Scott, let's update the timer. Let's update the timer to 1:30 versus 2 minutes. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Good evening, board. My name is Lindsay Goodwin, and I differ from many of my colleagues because this is my first year at MUSD. I can say from the bottom of my heart, it's been my favorite year ever in the classroom. I work with incredible colleagues. I am so supported by the district, and having worked in districts that were not financially sound or did not have a good and healthy relationship between the teachers union and the district, I know what a blessing it is to work in a financially stable district and to work with a teachers union that is in a friendly, collaborative, and cooperative relationship with its district. I beg you to do what is needed to keep those things in place at Milpitas. They are precious, they are valuable, and they are worth fighting for. Yeah. I ask that at the very least, in the culture of we, in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, in tomorrow's negotiating meetings, please, please be transparent. Yes, we are asking where's the money for a raise, but we're also asking where's the money in these discrepancies? Where is it going? What's it doing? If you can tell us, we can get behind it. If it's for the good of our students, if it's for the good of our district, we want to support it, but we need to know what it is and where it's going and what it's doing. So in the culture of we, towards that collaborative, cooperative, friendly relationship, please, tomorrow, help us get those answers and help us move forward in these negotiations. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, board. My name is Yen Mai, and just 2 months ago, I was in the same room where you all recognized me because I was nominated for California League of Middle Schools Educator of the Year. So I find it very ironic I'm back 2 months later trying to justify why I'm worthy of a raise here. And I said in my speech a couple months ago that I do what I do, not for myself, but I'm inspired by my amazing colleagues who I know go above and beyond for their students, and I know that you know that they go above and beyond for our students. And we are not asking for much. We're not greedy, because if we were greedy, we wouldn't be teachers. Our awesome negotiation teams, whatever they bring to the table, they have backed up with data. So as a math teacher, I just want to say math doesn't lie. To not have a raise, keeping us the same pay in an economy where it's skyrocketing inflation is just equivalent to a pay cut. So please, we just ask for priority budgeting, and as our stickers say, you can't put students first if you put teachers last. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Montoya. This is my 23rd year being involved in the Milpitas Unified School District. I started as a volunteer at Weller Elementary School when I was just 18 years old. I did after-school care at Pomeroy. I was a behavior tech across sites, a student teacher, a substitute teacher, and put 15 years into classroom teaching before beginning my current role as a TOSA. In this role, I do my best to bridge the gap between the district office and elementary sites through the lens of inclusive practices. It's hard work. I take a lot of arrows for the district, but I do it for the good of Milpitas students, teachers, and because my roots in this community are deep. My own children, Will and Maya, are now students at Senate, which makes my investment in our district much more personal. Hearing of the recent contract negotiations in regard to teacher compensation was disappointing to say the least. Trying to survive in such a high cost of living area is difficult. As a single parent, I carry the entire burden of paying for my children's medical benefits, which costs me over $15,000 a year. I will never be able to afford to live in the city I have dedicated my career to or own property in the Bay Area. I have a master's degree, solid work history, and I live in my mother's backyard. In my role, I've had the luxury of spending time in many of our elementary classrooms. We're so lucky to be surrounded by such dedicated professionals. Their expertise, years of experience, and consistent effort in supporting MUSD, in garnering community support for things like Measure Q, are worth more than 12 minutes of consideration in the negotiation process. An investment in teachers is an investment that benefits the entire community. Our financial survival and success are deeply connected to the success of all students. I believe we're worth it.
Hi, Brenna Demas. I've been working in this district for over 30 years. Through the decades, I have never known MTA to head into negotiations with unreasonable demands or with a self-serving attitude that would put the district in a precarious financial situation. Yet the dismissive, insulting attitude the district has brought to this year's negotiations imply that we are doing just that, suggesting that we are jeopardizing the district's future for a short-sighted present-day payout. We would never. And the suggestion is both wildly offensive and deeply hurtful. I understand we are in insecure times. I have many friends working in districts where schools are being shuttered and pink slips are going out. I read the news about the uncertainty surrounding federal funding. I am not unclear in any way about what our state is facing. But the fact of the matter is that I'd rather not get it, I'm so worked up here. I always joke I'd rather not get a raise if management would agree to lessen the workload expectations, but that's not the way education works in order for schools to function and truly meet the needs of our students. Teachers have to give more than what their contract demands, and we do so because we want our students to be successful and have all the opportunities we can provide. The way a district recognizes and meets that level of dedication from their teachers is by compensating them to the best of the district's abilities, and that is not what is happening. MTA has been mindful of the realities of current budgets. They have worked closely with CTA to look through the district's budget and determine what is truly a fair ask, and our CTA representative has been honest about the kind of responsible advice they are providing to districts where the funds are simply not present. According to our representative, we are not one of those districts.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Moffett. I am a resident of Milpitas for the last 38 years, as well as an employee of Milpitas Unified School District for the last 25. I'm actually pivoting my speech just a little bit since it's said a lot by everybody else, but I want you to know, I compared the national overall cost of living. Milpitas is in the 230% higher rate than the U.S. average, while Sacramento is only a 40% higher. Healthcare is 100% higher in Milpitas than the national average. Housing in Milpitas is 260% higher than a national average. Transportation in Milpitas is 146% higher than a national average. How do you expect us to live here? I am very fortunate that I was able to come to this city when it really was a culture of we. Let's bring that back. Let's support our teachers and really talk about a raise for us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine Kim, and I'm a first grade teacher with MUSD. When I was completing my credential program and began looking for a teaching position, I was hoping to find the district I could call home. My mentor teacher gave me this piece of advice: choose a district that will partner with you, not just dictate what happens to you. Despite receiving several job offers from different districts, I chose to call MUSD my home, hopeful that a community built on a culture of we would live up to that promise. However, we are here today because the promise is not being upheld. As stated several times over, teachers are facing the financial reality that being an educator is rapidly becoming an unsustainable career. As much as we love this field, our ability to maintain the motivation to stay grows thinner every year as we battle the increased cost of living. Please don't add to that heartbreak by telling us we deserve next to nothing. As MTA has clearly stated before, we are not looking to put the district in a difficult financial position. We are looking for a position of partnership where you will work with us, talk with us, and decide with us on what we can afford, not tell us. As much as you chose us, we also chose you. So if you truly care about building a culture of we, please show us we made the right choice. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vivian, and I want to speak to you about the importance of great teachers. I am a proud alumni of this district. I attended Synod, Rancho, and MHS, and had the lucky opportunity to come back and teach. My journey through this district has shaped who I am, and I owe that much to the incredible teachers who have supported me every step of the way. As a child, school wasn't always easy for me. As an English learner who came from a low-income family, I faced challenges that sometimes felt overwhelming. But it was my teachers who made all the difference. They didn't teach me just how to read, write, and solve math problems. They believed in me. They saw my potential even when I doubted myself. They supported me academically, emotionally, and their dedication helped me succeed. Okay, as a child, I would show up to school and learn and have fun without a second thought. Now, as a teacher myself, I see that my teachers, some of them in this room right now, um, aren't just magical beings, but they work tirelessly behind the scenes. Teachers adapt their lessons year after year to meet the needs of our students. Our work doesn't always start and end at our contract hours. We spend countless hours planning, grading, and finding creative ways to make learning engaging and build a meaningful bonds. Teaching is more than just a job, it is a calling, and it's time that we honor that. A raise for our teachers isn't just about money, it's about respect. It's about recognizing the immense impact that we have on our students' life. It's about valuing the dedication, expertise, and unwavering commitment that teachers bring to their classrooms every day. When you invest in teachers, you invest in students, and I am the living proof of the difference that teachers can make. Thank you.
My name is Judy Huynh, and I am a proud teacher at Matos. Before I was a teacher, I was a student here. It was here that I fell in love with education, and I attribute that to my wonderful teachers. These incredible educators, many of whom are still teaching today, inspired me to follow in their footsteps. But now, standing on the other side of the desk, I find myself struggling, not because of my passion for teaching, but because of the lack of support from the very district that once nurtured me. Milpitas prides itself on putting students first. But what happens to those students when they grow up, earn their degrees, and return as educators? Do we simply forget about them? I stand here before you tonight asking for what I and many of my colleagues believe is a reasonable ask: fair pay, respect, and the ability to continue serving this district without financial hardship. Many of us work beyond our contract hours because we love our students. We love our jobs, but love alone does not pay the bills. It's time to invest in us, because when teachers are supported, students thrive. Thank you.
Board members and community members, my name is Rue Mather and I'm a teacher at Matos. You might see me as just another teacher standing in front of you, but I'm so much more than that. I grew up in post-apartheid South Africa, where segregation in schools was very much the norm. Education wasn't just an opportunity, it was my family's path to liberation. It was our only way to transcend beyond the limitations placed upon us. Education changed my life. It's the reason I stand before you today, and now I have dedicated my life to ensuring that every child in this district has the opportunities I had to fight for. I work 3 or more hours every single day just to stay on top of my daily workload. That's over 540 additional hours a year without additional pay. And even with all of that time I've invested, my time, it still feels impossible to meet the constant demands. You push new ideas, curriculum, and training on us, expecting us to do more and meet the demands within your timeline. But when it's time for you to support us, you've failed us. And for what? So I can struggle to afford to live in the very community I serve? Oh, wait, I can't even afford to live in this city because 3/4 of my paycheck goes straight to rent and utilities for a below market rate apartment. I haven't eaten eggs in the last month because a roof over my head is more important than buying a carton of eggs or buying a round trip ticket to visit my parents. How can I even begin to think about starting a family of my own when I can barely afford to take care of myself? Teachers are exhausted. I am exhausted. We pour our hearts into our students, and yet time and time again, we are told we are not a priority. But let me remind you, if you did not hear us loud and clear the first time, you cannot put students first if you put teachers last. We are not asking for luxury. We are asking for dignity and respect for what is right, and we are done being ignored. You claim to have a culture of we, but it feels more of a culture of you and a culture of us. The voices that truly make this district run are overlooked, while the demands on us pile higher and higher. The board has a choice. Do the right thing, invest in your teachers, invest in your students' future, because if you don't, the consequences for teachers, students, and our community will be far greater than any number on any budget report. Look behind me. I don't stand alone, and I will never stand alone.
Good evening, school board members. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the dedication that you have to this school district. I know it's hard to be sitting where you're at tonight and listening to all these teachers and how they feel, but it's a voice that they need you to hear tonight. And I pray that you find it in your heart to do what's best for these teachers. Every single one of you supported a bond that I did not support. And the reason why I did not support it was because of the fact that I have seen every year when a bond is out there and you guys are marketing it, there's promises made that are not being upheld. Now I'm very, very upset that your constituents agreed with you, that the measure should have been passed in 2024. 90 minutes ago, I was not planning on being here tonight. I was delivering checks to volunteers. One happens to be one of your teachers here tonight that volunteers to help pay for her kids' activities. So outside of being a teacher, she has to go and volunteer to go and raise money for her child to be able to do extracurricular activities. All I have to say is that it's really important for you to hear them, not just let it go over your head as another meeting tonight, and really listen to what they're asking you to do. And that's to being integrity tonight. Being integrity to the promises that you made when you marketed that measure last year. And do what's best. You completely told everybody in this city that you were doing it to retain teachers. And now you're not doing what you promised, just like the other measures that you guys have promised our city. And let's just bring up the high school swimming pool again, why don't we? Right? Please do what you were elected to do and do what's fair for our kids, what's fair for these teachers. I just want to end with saying prevailing wages. And I looked up Transparent California, sorry, Mrs. Jordan, Superintendent Jordan, $365,000 in 2023, according to Transparent California. Prevailing wages is what I'm asking for these teachers to have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments. Scott, I believe you have 3 public comments, written public comments that need to be written, that need to be shared.
Ones that are outside of the topic that was being discussed right now.
Because we have all the written public comments here, each board member has. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay. First one is from Nancy Villagomez of Hamilton, 3 children in the district. How does MUSD plans to prepare for the Department of Education's unknown future? What steps are you taking to ensure that educators can still teach accurate history and support students from all racial and cultural backgrounds? Please ensure that our district continues to prioritize inclusion and equity. What contingency plans are in place to protect crucial student resources if federal funding is cut over these issues? Please stand up for the students, teachers, and families in this community who want schools to be welcoming to all. This one is from Divya Betta, Capella Way, Children at Zanker. Dear MUSD Superintendent and School Board, the below statement reflects the co-signed MUSD parent community thoughts. We request you to please consider them as it would help in furthering responsive and transparent decision making. We have 3 main requests. We share them below with our thinking and reasoning around them for your consideration. Please rethink the current district restrictions around the self-study leave policy. Please remove the ski break to extend the winter break instead. Please share data with us via Parent Square to help us understand decisions. While there may be strong and important differences in desires of other immigrant and non-immigrant heritage parents, this is a request from those co-signed below. Strength of immigrant community and MUSD. Neither of these calendars feels adequately responsive to the immigrant heritage parent communities this district serves, which we believe, and maybe we are wrong, is a sizable number for the district, even if they may be first or second generation. Are we completely off in our assumptions about the high immigrant heritage population numbers? Could you please share this data if it exists and if it is allowed? New district self-study policy. There was a new district policy implemented this year about not combining self-study with long weekends or extended breaks. Are these restrictions in line with the spirit of California state policy of having the 14-day self-study option? Could you please share the data on the impact of this new policy regarding how many unexcused absences were still taken despite the policy and how much unexcused absent attendance revenue was lost as a result? Did this policy help reduce unexcused absences by school and increase attendance? I'm not going to get through this one, but you guys also have that as well. That's my 2 minutes for that. And this one is from Joy Ulanimo Garcia of Hosteder Road, San Jose. Her child is an alumnus of MHS. Offering classified employees a one-time cash bonus is like offering a pimple patch for a festering leg wound. The pimple patch promises medication, but
Hey, Scott, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Offering classified employees a one-time cash bonus is like offering a pimple patch for a festering leg wound. The pimple patch promises medication, but it is not the right kind of treatment that will relieve the aches and pains as the leg takes every little step. If the district truly values and appreciates its employees, let us live with dignity and offer us something that shows that MUSD really cares about its community. A one-time cash bonus is not the answer. Offer us better. And that is the 3 written public comments.
Definitely want to take the time to thank everyone who took their time out tonight to provide a public comment and also stand in solidarity and support of their other team members of Milpitas Unified School District. I believe that everyone has heard your voices. There are a ton of notes taken. There's also some notes captured, so thanks for you that I was able to ask to get your information. I'm sure the executive cabinet as well as superintendent and the board heard all the things that you said, and we look forward to continuing to build. That's why it is build a culture of we, not we are. We continue to try to figure out how to build together, and your voice matters tremendously. So I want to thank you all for your time as we continue our board meeting.
President Norwood.
Yes, sir.
Echoing those sentiments, thank you all for sharing your stories. Based on the legislative brunch this past weekend, our legislators, both our Senate and Assembly member, want to hear those stories. And we've received a ton of good stories, or I would say real stories from the teachers in our district. If we can share those with our state legislators to advocate for additional COLA or educational funding, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I was thinking about the fact that because we record, I'll give them a round for that, sure. Thank you, Board Member No. One of the things that I was thinking is the fact that this has all been recorded, and so we have the ability to share this information with our state legislators as well, so they can understand the same things that we're hearing directly from the teaching staff, as well as classified in the school district. So thank you for that suggestion. Are there any comments from the board or any direction for the superintendent before we move on to the next item on the agenda? Yeah, I know it was a lot. Okay, we're on agenda item number 14. MUSD strategic goals. Let's start with the student. Let's wait till the room clears and then we'll continue. So let's take a.
Can we ask for a 5-minute?
Yeah,
recess?
5-minute recess. Is there a motion?
Motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none? 5-minute recess. Agenda item 14, MUSD strategic goals. Let's start with our student board reps.
To build a culture of we that engages parents, staff, and community partners in supporting student success.
Improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff.
Develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion in learning for their future careers.
Focus services and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in their learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains.
Identify creative, student-focused strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments.
Thank you. Superintendent's report. We've already done recognitions.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull in our Middle College High School principal, Scott, and team, because we have some students with them.
So we're done with the recognitions, and then we're going to item 17, Superintendent's Executive Cabinet Report. And you're going to start with the Middle College High School?
I'm going to start with the Middle College High School, yes, and then I'll do my report, and then we'll be done. The Executive Cabinet is not going to do theirs.
So this is... All right, got it. Board ready?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention, your continued attention. We're very pleased to be here this evening to talk about some of the exciting things that we're incorporating this year to meet all of the strategic goals that were just read aloud. I'd like to start with one of the items, which is our expansion to incorporate 10th grade students in our school. On the slide there, you'll see some information about our students. So with our 10th grade cohort that we started with this fall, you can see that their credit attainment and their GPA more than doubled on average with their transition to the Middle College High School. That is really an impressive stat that applies to every single student that joined our 10th grade. We also have had continued growth in our enrollment, and so we're very excited to talk about next year where we're going to be incorporating an additional teacher. So we will be serving 100 students at the Middle College. And I would like to now take the time to lift up some of the voices of the people who are here to share. We have 3 different items. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to have one of our students from the 10th grade cohort, Jada Bettner, discuss her experience with you.
Hi, I'm Jada. By joining the MMCHS community has widened my view on my education, and coming to the Middle College has also expanded my... Closer?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Or you can hold it or pull it closer. You got to be able to hear yourself clearly.
Oh my gosh, is this okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. By coming to the Middle College, it has expanded my opportunities tremendously by providing college courses and a ton of extra help. Last year when I was attending MHS, I was struggling very bad with going to class, keeping up on my work, and I also had a very hard time making friends and would spend most of my lunches alone in a bathroom stall. Transferring to the Middle College my sophomore year has honestly saved me. Since coming to the Middle College, I've gotten all the help I needed by coming to the 8 a.m. tutorial every morning or by staying after school for the extra tutoring they provide. Another way the Middle College has helped me is by how strong their support system is. MMCHS has a very small campus and community. By having a small campus and welcoming community, it has made it a lot easier for me to make friends and create bonds with a lot of the students. The teachers at MMCHS are some of the best teachers I've ever had. They keep you on your stuff. They're very, very understanding, and they show that they care in multiple different ways. Also, I get a lot of extra help and like one-on-one time with the teachers, even when I'm struggling in or out of school. And since joining the Middle College, I feel like I would succeed and thrive if I were to transfer to any other schools from the from all the materials and skills and everything I've learned at MMCHS, and So basically, MNCHS has helped me be super successful academically, socially, mentally, just everything in general. And last year, my freshman year, when I was attending MHS, my GPA was a 0.33, but now this year it has boosted to a 3.57, and I feel like that can show you how amazing the school is. Thank you.
And that's with college prep courses too. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
That includes her honors courses as well as 2 college courses that she earned an A and a B in. Is that correct? So that's really exciting. Also, this evening we just started a PTSA this year. And this has been really a great addition to our school, engaging more people to support our students and resulting in these outcomes. So I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Way to talk about that.
Hi everyone, I'm Ms. Hui. I'm the T in PTSA, and this year it's been great starting the PTSA and having that parent input for our school. Our parents always show up. They've helped us with a coat drive. They show up to every single community info session and present there, and they're also helping a lot right now with our upcoming food truck fundraiser on April 11th. As a teacher, it's also been so helpful getting this input from parents because I don't know what goes on at home. And so when they're able to let me know a little bit more about what's going on at home, I can figure out new ways to better support the students that we have.
Hello, my name is Elisa, and I am one of the parents in the PTSA. Same as Ms. Genevieve was saying, I also enjoy participating in the PTSA because my son is not, he doesn't like to explain much, so it's a good way to get to know what is happening. And I have to say that the teachers, my son is not into academics, he's not a good student, but the support from the teachers has been quite amazing. It's, my son, we actually live in Fremont, so my son drives himself to school every day, and he has never complained, or he may have been late a couple of times here and there, but he really enjoys going to school.
Hello, Ms. Laumanluco. I'm here to talk about the third topic. We did a senior nature retreat recently in creating community and developing capacity. So in several of our staff meetings, we had discussed 2 of the issues that we had seen reoccurring with our senior class. The first was to combat the old age illness of senioritis. And that resulted in tardies, of course, and low submission of assignments. And then the other thing that we really wanted to kind of address with our seniors was the college acceptance impact on our students when students were not able to get into the college of their choice, right? How they would react as a result of that. And so after we attended an Institute of Teacher of Color workshop by Dr. Kendris Watson and Dr. Daniel Solorzano, we kind of learned some things that we wanted to take from theory and put into practice. So the study shows that repeated stressors, in this case, these 2 doctors were studying microaggressions in particular, but they saw that it resulted in the shortening of telomeres, which are the ends on one's chromosome made of both DNA and protein, right? And that this resulting of shortening of telomeres results in a shortened lifespan overall. The more stresses there are, the more microaggressions, the shorter the telomeres, the shorter the lifespan. What they also found, though, was that the research showed that through use of indigenous practices and repeated exposure in nature, that they were able to reverse that process. And after measuring the same study or participant, that the telomeres again lengthened after these 2 types of practices. So we tried to put this into practice with our senior nature retreat overnight, and with the hard work of both Ms. Scott and Mr. Makatangay, who had to leave because his kids, and he lives quite far away, we tried to put this theory into practice. And the person that will kind of tell you the result of this practice is our student Sophia, and she's going to update and share her reflection on what that was like for her. So if we can give her a round of applause.
Hi, my name is Sophia Garcia. Oh, sorry. My first year at MMCHS has been a great experience overall. However, my second semester of senior year has been challenging. I've noticed myself losing motivation to stay focused in school. I was initially hesitant to attend the trip because I'm currently undergoing a treatment that makes it difficult for my body to stay energized, and I worried I wouldn't enjoy my time there. Despite my concerns, I'm so glad I decided to go because it turned out to be one of the best experiences I've had at MMCHS this year. I feel that the trip helped me reconnect with myself and my goals, which reminded me why I try to do well in school. It was a great opportunity to refocus and find motivation to finish the year strong. The reflection activities we did during the trip, such as journaling and meditation, allowed me to remember why I worked so hard and why I chose this path in the first place. For me, it's my family. None of them have gone to college, and I want to be the first to accomplish that goal. The activities also help me recenter myself and reflect on my past while setting new goals for the future. Finally, I feel that the trip gave me a chance to connect with my classmates on a deeper level. I played games and talked to peers I don't usually talk to at school, and I formed stronger bonds with others. One of my favorite memories from this trip was probably sitting around the fire at night and giving gratitude to those who helped me during my senior year. It felt like we created a stronger and more supportive senior class during this trip. Throughout my high school journey, I've attended 3 different schools, but MMCHS is the only place where I felt like I truly belong. This trip made me appreciate that sense of belonging even more, and I hope that future senior classes will be able to experience this as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention, and we're happy to address any questions that you have for us.
As far as the additional teacher that you're adding, since we were so much on the budget today, how is that being funded?
So it's being funded in part by the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant or the Golden State Pathways. Golden State Pathways Grant. And also considering that students coming from Milpitas High School will go there, then ultimately what we will see is with the kids goes the staffing over to the other site. Similarly to MHS Extension.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
And I'm assuming that's an ongoing grant.
It is a 4-year grant? 3-year?
It's a 3-year grant.
Thank you.
And we're in year 1 right now.
Thank you.
To Trustee Naka, I guess for clarification, is that grant paid all up front, or is it scheduled as far as being provided?
I think we've received all the funds.
So whatever amount were granted, if the state gave us the money, then we plan it out for the 3 years expenditure. So whether we got the full chunk in upfront or a partial of it, then we budget for that year, whatever they're spending, and then the remaining of it will be spent for the second and third year. And then I believe on the second year, there's going to be another round that we can apply to make it continuous because you have to keep reapplying for that grant.
And also keeping in mind that the program will grow and then ultimately the number of students necessitates fewer students over at Milpitas High School, and that staffing travels over to Cal Hills.
And hopefully higher amount of grant when the more we have students.
And that sits in the carryover sometimes, depending on.
It is
part of the carryover.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was one of the grants that was mentioned in the budget study
Yes.
session, that page that talked about
That
unrestricted
13 million
funding.
that has the details of carryover, Golden State Pathways, one of them.
And I think one of the grants that Director Bo and Supervisor Duke also talked about as the increases of why the budget grew from interim 1 to interim 2, because it's when we received the grant.
Thank you for the clarification.
Well, Christopher, we're always super proud of the work at the Middle College High School and the results that you continue to achieve with your team. This young lady's story is it's the theme of the middle terms of students finding their place and the way that they're treated by the entire team, to feel welcome, and then to again have high expectations. That's the one thing that I've always appreciated, is that the teachers have super high expectations for the students in the context of the curriculum that they're dealing with. So we appreciate that, and we're looking forward to the presentation to the joint boards about the work that you're doing, as well as the needs that you're going to have, so that we can continue to maintain and sustain the program ongoing for years to come. So thank you for that presentation. We really appreciate it.
President Norwood, can we just call out the increase in enrollment in the program in the last 3 years? I know the staff has worked really hard to increase enrollment, and they have been meeting the mark. So I wanted to congratulate you all for that.
Similarly, not only are you growing every year, and this year you added 10th grade, but the curriculum, the innovations that you bring to the site every year. I see the staff engage in a book study, or the learning, like today you just shared some new research, and then it's not just theoretical, there's application, direct, like, okay, now we're gonna try something as a result of that. So what you are doing is incredibly inspiring, not just at your site, but hopefully also to the other sites in Milpitas.
Thank you very much. And I will just go through my report in 2 minutes.
If it needs more than 2 minutes, give it what it deserves.
Okay. Here for the March is the Read Across America Month, and at our different elementary schools, they had different ways of engaging our learners and community in that. Here we had at Pomeroy, I think it was, we had our school resource officer, as well as the chief, and also a sergeant there to read with the different classes. We also have seen in the last 6 weeks or 2 months a great rise in the number of students who have made tremendous accomplishments, and notably at both the local, state, and national level. And along that way, it includes creativity and competition. In the top picture, we are featuring our Kurtner Student Business Fair. And students created a business, and then they had families and other students come and hear their pitches and learn why what they did was something that should be an investment, or purchase the goods from it. In the bottom picture, we have our varsity soccer team, which had not been in a state playoff since 1999, and under our new soccer coach, Mr. James, who started, I think it was just 3 years ago, they not only won the Division 5 championship, but in 9 days, they went to 4 different playoffs, and 2 of those playoffs, they defeated their opponents, and then finally, the last one was when it was called, and we know that they're going to be excelling in the future. And it's just really wonderful to see that our soccer program has a renewed enthusiasm. Here in this photo, we have our senior varsity boys champions. There with Coach Rencher. And they were really fun to watch. I loved seeing how, as a team, they were able to pass the ball to each other. Sometimes I felt like I was watching the Harlem Globetrotters, and a couple of them have really great three-point shots that they do. And they just stayed as a really strong team till the end, and they were their SVCAL champions and the first public school to defeat a private school in the Western Catholic Athletic League against Bellarmine. That was outstanding. That was since they adopted open play, yes. And you see in our total enrollment that we continue to have an uptick in our growth overall. Here we have our daily average attendance from the beginning of the year to March 11th. We have just a slight decline by 0.07%, at 95.46% average daily attendance. I will say, shout out to Milpitas High School. Yesterday's attendance, because I did take a look at yesterday's attendance across the district to see if the VTA strike impacted it. It didn't. As a matter of fact, Milpitas High School was at 97 point something, and Cal Hills, I believe, was at 98%, and Middle College High School 100%.
Superintendent Jordan, remind me, how much of funding loss for each percentage that we don't have students in the classrooms?
For each individual student who doesn't come to school on a particular day, it's approximately $60, or is it 80 now? I think it's 60. Pardon me? 85, there we go, they know. However, a 1% of increasing the average daily attendance amounts to approximately $1.5 million.
Thank you.
And with the first semester, we were averaging 97%, but we've seen a drop in that, which is part of the reason why CBO Reconose budgeted on the conservative side for her projections for next year. And then I want to point out, as was pointed out by CBO Reconose and her team, that we have federal, and also many of our teachers also pointed out the impact of the economy. And at the federal level, while we know the executive orders are moving in the direction of reducing the title funds, title funding is earmarked for specific groups of learners. Title I is for those learners who come from low-income backgrounds. Title II is for the adult learners in the classroom who are teaching them for their professional development. And then Title III is English learners, and Title IV, I'm forgetting what that is at the moment, but those, pardon me? Thanks, arts and science. We don't know if the executive orders are actually going to become reality because it takes Congress to make those changes. Whereas earlier, as Trustee Naka pointed or asked about during the budget study session, the grants are fully within the executive orders. And so that's why we received news that those grants are in jeopardy. At the county and state level, we know that items such as tariffs can impact the goods and services and the cost of that, increasing those costs and therefore creating more uncertainty in the economy. And was at about a month ago, along with Trustee No, we were at a press conference in Santa Clara County with our 3 congressional representatives, Zoe Lofgren, Sam Licardo, and Ro Khanna, along with the county manager. And they were talking about the impact potentially of funding cuts at the executive level. And the local, the county is planning on having reduced services because a great deal of their budget comes from the federal. And then it's similar at the state level. Some of the funding that the state gets is then in turn funneled into the school district. So while it might not be a direct cut to the school district from the federal level, we will feel the impact in other ways as state and local budgets are less, and then they have to figure out how they reallocate. Another piece to note is that the state revenue, as CBO Rocanese and our director, Vo, pointed out, is that the state revenue is filled by three streams. One is personal income tax, the other is sales and land use tax, or sales and use tax. But the other one, and this is part of the reason why the state of California experiences, some might say, kind of a volatile swing in their budget, is because it's based on the capital gains or losses, which is in part why during COVID, where I remember just in April, May of COVID, we were expecting to have a $50 million shortfall. Just in our area, it was like $55 billion for the state. And then through COVID, what happened is people all jumped into the tech, and then the tech increased and there were capital gains. And so now, at that time, the state of California had quite a bit of money, which is why we saw COLAs of 12% and 8%. And now, if you're watching the stock market, you'll see that as one news outlet described it, that fear appears to be leading the way in people selling off, and that is in turn going to create losses rather than gains, which will impact the revenue of the state of California, which then turns into impacting the school funding. So these are all things that we have to take into account. And then also, I'm glad that we were able to have discussion around our budget study and that we were able to see what our budget stabilization plan is overall. And I just want to alert the board that we will be doing some reorganizing at the district level, and this will result in a two-step process where we have some people doing different roles and one position, as we saw on the slides, a coordinator position being noticed of a layoff for next year, so that we keep that management staffing where it is now, which is 13. And it was 16 last year. So we are taking into account where we can maximize the resources that we have, and then also where we can reduce. And we all, as we see on the board agenda, there are also reductions coming from classified, and then on certificated, we are staffing tightly. And so with, thankfully through attrition, we won't need to do layoffs, but we are looking at being down about 7 FTE across the district as a result of a soft decline in enrollment and also staffing, as I said, more tightly than we generally do. And that concludes my report.
Any questions? Thank you, Superintendent. Next item on the agenda. Report. Student Board Representative introductions and reports.
Well, we do have our Milpitas High School Student Board Rep who's still here, Mei Zhang. Go right ahead with yours.
So first, this Friday is Pi Day. It's March 14th. And the Milpitas Library will be holding a contest all day to vote for favorite flavors of pie. And then this Friday, there will be a raffle to win a slice of the winning flavor of pie. And then this is around like college season. Seniors are receiving their acceptance or rejection letters, and juniors are really seriously looking at what colleges they're looking to get into and apply to and planning that out. So to support that, our school has the University of Redlands coming to our campus this Friday, and students who are interested in hearing about this university can sign up on a link in Parent Square to attend the visit. And seniors accepted into SJSU will be welcome to attend Welcome to SJSU meeting this Thursday. And a Google form has been sent out to those who have been admitted so they can sign up. Leadership is holding elections for the 25-26 school year, and to apply, you must have at least 1 year of ASB or leadership experience to apply as a candidate. You can fill out the application at tinyurl.com/MHS-elections, all caps, 25-26. Applications are due this Friday at 8 p.m. And then some updates on prom is that the tickets are now $130 for ASB and $140 for non-ASB. We're also selling bus tickets for $25 one way and $40 for a round trip. Plus, prom court nominations are now open at tinyurl.com/promcourt2025, and they close this Friday. Then we will narrow down the candidates, and people who are going to prom can vote there, and we'll release who the winners are at prom. Lastly, we are working with Tuxedo Warehouse so students can get a tux for $60 off their suit, and students wearing a dress can get discounted alterations. Thank you.
President Norwood, I
Yes.
had the other two student board reps email me the report.
Awesome.
If time allows, can I read those?
Yes.
All right. Maricela from Cal Hills passed around PBL showcase flyers to all the board members here. It's March 27th. They're starting their recruitment for April Academy, which is a chance for 8th graders from Russell and Rancho middle schools to experience high school activities with Calaveras Hill teachers. These past 2 weeks, their students were able to go on field trips to Ohlone and Mission colleges to get inspired. Cal Hills will be holding a career day, April 4th. They're also partnering with Dave & Buster's for honors field trip for students earning a GPA of 3.0 or higher this quarter. And they have finals next week. That's the Cal Hills report. And the Milpitas Middle College from Elijah. Their senior class went on a camping trip. They also had an opportunity to step away from their usual routines, learning about camping skills and focus on personal wellness. One of their most impactful moments of the trip was a campfire discussion where they reflected on life after high school and shared some of their worries after graduation. They talked about what they're grateful for, including the community that they built at their Milpitas Middle College School. And with college decisions coming out soon, this experience gave them a chance to reconnect, focus, and be motivated to go through the final months of the school year. Next week, they'll be celebrating Holly, which is a spirit day called White Lie Day, where students wear white shirts with lays, mispronounced lays, written on them. This is a fun way to get everyone involved before the main celebration. And they have a field trip to Berkeley. Even though UC applications for the fall are closed, this is an opportunity for students to explore different college environments, especially those transferring after community college or planning ahead for future applications. That's the middle college report.
Thank you. Thank you. For the sake of time, we're going to bypass the board group agreements and then go straight to the board communication requests. And we'll start with you, Board Member No.
Thank you, Trustee Norwood. The only request I have is for the next city school collaborative. City Council asked for a feasibility study on the After the Bell program and also the security crosswalk program as well. And they're looking at potentially reducing or cutting. And I think a discussion between us and the city before they make the decision is imperative. So if possible, please ask for the next city school collaborative to agendize that.
Thank you. So you got information that you'd like to make the request that at the next city school collaborative, one of the agenda items is the After the Bell program and the crossing guards and feasibility study, because I know they handle the budget on both of those things. So you're asking, repeat that one more time, please.
The city council is conducting a feasibility study on both those programs without input from the school district. So my request is that in the next City School Collaborative, to really agendize that topic, to ask so that we can provide the input to those important programs.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Board Trustee Dr. Naka.
First off, Ramadan Mubarak to whoever celebrates for the holy month of March, and happy Women's History Month. We did have the first time ever in the history the flag raising at the city. So commending all the efforts that every one of us are trying to put in here in the interest of the community. So kudos to that. And congrats to our soccer team and the basketball teams at the high school. It's a huge deal, creating history after 26 years. And also, I would like to request the information regarding the layoffs that has been happening, which was at the Santa Clara County in the special education. So how is it going to impact our school district?
So your question is, Santa Clara County Office of Education has layoffs, and you want an understanding of how that's going to impact Milpitas Unified School District?
That is correct, President Norwood.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes. Appreciate it.
Board Clerk Young.
Thank you. So there was a lot of things since last board meeting. I want to just highlight just the accomplishments of our various schools, including Milpitas High. But I do want to give a shout out to Senate with their art and dance, inviting me to their art and dance big thing. I love that. Second thing is I also want to call out Kirtner's Business Fair. I appreciate the invitation. And the highlight was actually this past Saturday. I want to announce for the schools that participated in Odyssey of the Mind that we actually have 5. Milpitas Unified School District has 5 Odyssey of the Mind teams going to World Finals. And at I think it's at Michigan State in May, if I'm not mistaken. Congrats to the team sponsored by MCEF, Burnett, 2 teams from Senate, and teams from Kirtner. So that's my report.
Thank you, Board Clerk Young. Vice President Yip Chuan.
No, I just want to, congratulate our teams in the soccer and basketball. And, due to interest of time, I'm going to bypass my report.
Thank you. And I, due to the interest of time, will yield my activities as well. Item 20, reports, learning and development.
Good evening. This evening, Director Kusunoki and the P3 alignment team will share with us how they are working extensively to ensure that there is cohesion from P3 preschool all the way up to 3rd grade, as well as review our TK kindergarten student readiness.
Good evening, Board and Executive Director. Thank you for having us tonight. Before we begin this presentation, I'd like our team members to just step up. We'll start with the shortest. No, introduce yourself. I'm just kidding. That would be me. Introduce yourself, your name, your school, and your grade level, please.
Alicia Salgado, kindergarten at Zenker.
Juana Castillo, Row CDC, head teacher of the programs.
Wendy Lundeen, TK Rose.
Nargis Shuja, 3rd grade teacher at Senate.
Sarah Mauhai, 2-3 at Weller.
Kim Nguyen, induction TOSA.
Monica Montoya, inclusion TOSA.
Lisa Masood, teacher.
Kevin Slavin, principal at Kirtner.
And Dr. Vanessa Speedy had an family emergency, so she couldn't be with us tonight, but we're representing her as part of our team. I'm going to hand it over to Wendy. You want to go over the overview real quick?
Sure.
Okay, do you need more than one mic? Oh, Okay, awesome.
All right. So the overview of our P3 encompasses a few different things. So first we have our P3, or I mean, sorry, our TKK, our preschool TK community of practices that we hold once a month. We also have our kindergarten community of practices that are also held once a month. And then we have our fabulous P3 math team, who is represented here behind me. We are working under the California P3 framework, which really focuses on aligning our practices across preschool to third grade, building foundational skills, and working to make sure that our students are ready and successful as they move up throughout the grade levels.
So Wendy, quick question.
Sure.
PK, TK.
Right.
Could you?
Sure. So our preschools in MUSD are run through our CDC, so our child development centers. So our preschools right now are 3s and 4s, and some of our 4s go to TK. So our transitional kindergarten programs are run in our elementary schools with our certificated teachers who hold a multiple subject teaching credential. And starting August 1st, 2025, they have to also have early childhood units as well. And so as a team, we are working with our preschools for TK to align kind of our practices between preschool and TK. And we're also looking at our new preschool transitional kindergarten learning foundations, which are brand new this year, to make sure we can align our practices there. And then we're going to work up together.
Scott, can you please? Okay, so Wendy pretty much explained the whole thing. So let me just talk about what California P3 is. You can hear me, right? So California P3, what the state is really saying is the learning outcomes of our students is not looking good. We've known that, right? So what they're saying is let's go back and let's start at the earliest learning experience, which is the very foundation, which starts at preschool, which is one preschool at TK. What they're saying for us to do is align our practices. Align our practices that are anchored in the preschool TK learning foundations. So what we're doing as a district under Executive Director Johari is we hold a monthly preschool TK community of practice where teachers come together for a whole day and they share, they learn. Right now, one of the focuses is language and literacy development. Why? Why language and literacy? Well, think about it. We need to really embed all the structural literacy in the kids as early as we can because that's when the brain is developing the fastest, right? So language, why language? Well, we have about 47% of our TK students are multilingual learners, multilingual language learners, right? They have another language. Why is that important? Well, when you think about students moving up across the grade level, if you don't know that they have another language because they're not identified yet as English language learners, we may make a mistake in identifying students with possibly disabilities because of the language barrier. Different languages have unique phonemes, right? So it's important for us to understand that could be part of the challenge for the child at the beginning. It's easy to misunderstand that if we don't have a true understanding of early education, right? Early education is a specialty that's not offered in regular teacher programs, correct? So let me go back. This is what I was saying. So anyway, so we have a monthly pre-K, preschool TK monthly community practice where they focus on mathematical foundations, literacy, language, play-based learning, developmentally appropriate practices, and with a focus on social emotional. I also have brought on kindergarten. This is about 35 preschool TK when we're all together. And then about 30 kindergarten teachers, 2 different groups that I have to meet with just so that we can ensure substitute for our teachers. Again, our focus for our kindergarten teachers is always going to be foundation that are developmentally appropriate. So when I say foundation, we're looking at literacy, we're going back to language, going back to mathematics, a lot of oracy, language development, language practice in the classroom. And as Wendy mentioned, we have this fabulous team back here. That's another bucket. I have 3 things that we're doing simultaneously, right? Aligning, vertical alignment, preschool TK, horizontal alignment, kinder, because this is the first year. Now I have vertical alignment going on here because I got preschool to 3rd grade. And I'm going to hand it over back to Wendy, who's going to talk. The team is going to talk more about the work that they've been doing to actually align their practices.
Sure. So our next part is really focusing on the math alignment that we've been working on. Something that we've talked a lot about tonight, lots of math, lots of numbers. So we're going to continue talking about that. So one of our first objectives as a P3 team was for us to kind of take a look and decide what do we feel like would be the best practices at Milpitas for math. And so we kind of came up with like a mission statement, an objective for us. And so what we came up with is at Milpitas Unified School District, math instruction is facilitated by teachers to encourage students to be curious risk takers by engaging in open tasks, by using manipulatives and collaboration to deepen learning.
So our journey with P3 is going to take about 3 years. This first year is what we're in right now, and we're considered the early adopters. This is the improvement team behind you. So we are just starting this year. And then the next year, we're hoping to spread it a little bit more by leveraging the existing structures and opening it up to maybe some more admin and some more teachers at our school sites. And then finally, for the 3rd year, we're hoping that it spreads across the district. We're including all the teachers from pre-K to 3rd, excuse me.
Quick question for you. What do you mean by hope? Like we're hoping it's going to spread across the district?
Well, we will spread across the district over the next 3 years. And so the 3rd year, as I was saying, is we're hoping that it's all the teachers at that pre-K to 3rd grade in our district. And then after that and beyond, hopefully it becomes a district norm where all of our students, all of our staff at our district is able to apply it.
If someone can clarify for me the hope, like you're doing this P3 alignment and there was, and maybe it was just the language for me, but there's an indication that there's a possibility that this won't happen?
Well, no, we're being very careful here because right now we just rolled out a whole structured literacy across the elementary, right? We want to make sure that we don't overwhelm teachers with too many things to juggle. We want to build capacity. We want to make sure that they're feeling confident and good so that they're able to deliver. So focus is on literacy, number 1. This team is going deeper with mathematics, foundational mathematics. So when they say hope, there's humility in that. Like they're not going to come down and I say humble, right? They're sharing the learning with their colleagues, but it's not a top down. They're inviting them. Say you want to come with me, and they have. They've come and joined us in planning. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
One of our things that we've had to do at our last convening a couple weeks ago was really think about how we're going to roll this out and make sure that all of our students are successful in math in Milpitas. And so one of our steps that we're going to take is, since we already have existing community of practice structures for preschool and TK, and then for kindergarten, is we're going to roll out this work with our preschool and TK teachers and our kindergarten teachers this year. So we're going to start rolling it out, helping to make sure that they deepen their understanding in mathematical learning and practices as well.
So quick question, Wendy.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite questions is, how do you know you're successful, right?
Right, and so that is part of our learning as well with Thank you. California Education Partners. That is part of kind of our learning with them. And so right now we're working on looking at student data to see kind of where our students are, how can we help support them to continue to grow. And so that piece is kind of, we're looking at student data, and then we're eventually going to get to like, how is it working to ensure that our staff understands as well.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? Kind of.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
I'll help you out, Trustee Joe. As far as P3, I'm going to adopt that term. Give me a moment. As far as the P3, we know that state assessments don't start until 3rd grade. So in the P3, when you're talking about the assessment or data for the students, how is that going to be collected?
It's coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're talking
We have
about
a
it.
whole
It's coming
slide
up.
on that. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. So this kind of lays out our plan for the year, where we've been, where we're going for the rest of this school year. In our September convening, we all came together with the California Educational Partners in Burbank and really talked about a framework in rooting our math instruction in open tasks, which are low floor, high ceiling. All students can be successful. And it gives options, right? It's leveled, so if a child needs a harder challenge, it's embedded. If a kiddo needs a little more support, that's built in as well. And part of my desire to be a part of a team like this is having inclusion baked in at the beginning, rather than trying to retrofit something that will benefit neurodiverse learners at the end. So I've really enjoyed we anchored in a practice of counting collections. And we were actually all able to take a day to go see each other do counting collections. So from preschool to 3rd grade, how this one simple activity that doesn't require a lot of stuff, it doesn't look impressive. It allowed us to see so much about how kids understand numbers, right? So that way when it is paper and pencil, they have a solid framework and understanding of what these numbers represent and mean. And we're hoping that this foundation will help all kids get math better, right, when it is sometimes so abstract.
To continue on that plan, we just finished our 2nd convening. We have a 3rd online sometime later this year. Was it just last month? Or this month? I don't know what month it is. Last month, we attended our 2nd convening in Sacramento, and within that team, we came together to select another focal practice, which is formative assessment, which Lisa will go over in depth of what we chose to do. And so within our plan for the rest of the year, we kind of veered into year 2 of the initial spread, where we're leveraging the structures that we have. So with the time that we have for the rest of the year, we're going into the community practices for the kinder and the preschool and the TK to share what we've learned, to share about the red, yellow, green light activity. And that was a really big eye-opener for us as part of the team when we went through that practice, to be able to have that lens when we look at curriculum. Because we are a district that has academic freedom, that has a variety of curriculums across the district, we were able to look at any curriculum and be able to look through the lessons to identify these are the ones that are aligned and anchored into the standards, and if it's not, we can use open tasks just as counting collections and other practices that we're about to learn. So the rest of the year, our plan is to be able to spread in the communities of what we have right now. So one of the things that we learned at this convening in convening in February, we were practicing under Megan Frankie, Dr. Megan Frankie. When I drop her name in a bunch of educators, in a room full of educators, they all go, Dr. Megan Frankie, she's amazing. She did counting collections with Spangler, and so she's very respected. She taught us, and she showed us some of her formative assessments she used in some of her classrooms, and they were great. Like Monica was saying, they have lots of entry points. They have entry points that could be for people who need more support, and then they also have built-in enrichment, or it's more difficult. So, and then they have multiple exits. They can complete the task in many different ways, or
do it to their ability. So one of the things that this team is going to do, and we're doing, and we've already done, is we've gathered data from our classrooms. So we have PK, we have TK, K, first, second, and third that we're taking data from, and then we're analyzing them together, and we're going to see what some of the we're looking at some of the focal points and the common focal points. Like what are they doing? How are they completing the tasks? The prompts will be open. They're going to be tasks like counting collections where they're using manipulatives and they're using concrete math to analyze and to share their data. And like Raquel was saying, they're using ORC too. They're presenting their math. They're talking to each other about math. And that's really essential for them to grow as mathematicians. So then we're going to come together on March 18th to talk about that and to continue our work.
Next slide, please. So something that you've heard us talking about a lot is alignment and trying to set goals around alignment of math in the district. And so in our meeting, we were asked to set a goal around how can we build teacher and administrator capacity to align our math curriculum, and we had options of these 4 quadrants, and the one that we've been leaning into is clear expectations for grade level standards. We're really lucky in our district to have a lot of autonomy in the curriculum in our school sites and also in the supplemental materials that we implement in our classrooms, and that's wonderful and we love that. And also sometimes that means our students are having different experiences in their classrooms or are not having the same access to equitable grade level standards, and we want to make sure that that's happening. And since we come from different sites and grade levels and backgrounds, we've been able to look at many different curriculums, as my teammates have said, and see how we can use similar focal practices so that even if we're using different curriculums, we're still aligned in focal practices that our students are receiving. And that's been really exciting to see already in the few months we've been working together, that some of the open tasks that have been mentioned have benefited our students' performance already. And Alicia will be able to provide a perspective on this across all 10 of our elementary sites.
Okay, so as our teacher's perspective across the 10 elementary sites, through California Teachers Association, we were able to apply for local site visit grants where we have been able to go out to all 10 elementary schools. We have plans to visit both the Sunny Hills and Rose CDCs, but what we have found is definitely there are 10 separate elementary school sites where everyone is doing something different, whether it be the TK through 6th grade teachers, so the vertical alignment at that site may be using different programs or different curriculum, and then also within the grade level itself. So everyone who teaches kindergarten at Zenker may not be using exactly the same materials because we do have that academic freedom, but we do try to share and combine practices with each other.
So for alignment to occur, collaboration is needed. Large-scale research shows that structured teacher collaboration raises student achievement by refining instructional methods and making more effective use of data. This study also examined teacher collaboration in multiple school districts and linked higher levels of instructional teamwork to stronger gains in student achievement in not only math, but reading as well. Last year, all MUSD elementary sites had dedicated PLC release time that let our elementary teams consistently plan and adjust lessons. Although resources shifted this year, Communities of Practice continues to unite teachers, but there's still a need for regular and consistent PLCs for our teachers to collaborate with each other, especially as we approach a new math curriculum adoption. Strong PLCs are essential to not only meeting MUSD strategic goal number 4, but also meeting LCAP goal number 1 and 2 by ensuring all students benefit from cohesive, high-quality teaching. Next slide.
So you're saying we're doing that, or we're not doing that, or that's something that you guys are going to start, or
So
that's been missing? What do we?
So PLCs, they last year, every school site had a familiar structure where teachers were receiving collaboration time weekly. And then this year, that structure shifted to where each school site independently tries to plan their own PLC time. The structures vary from site to site. Minutes vary from site to site. So not every teacher has that equitable resource time of collaboration.
So that was part of the article, was that, how did that go from what they're saying it was to what it is, and then what they want it to be?
I think we're all wondering how we get it to what we want it to
Yes,
be.
yeah.
But last year, the way that we leveraged our Prop 28 funding, we had 5 teachers supporting the arts, music, and coding, and they pushed into the 10 schools to create PLC structures. This year, we changed that as we needed to make sure that we provided prep to our 1st to 3rd grade teachers and create time for PE instruction. We switched to a model of leveraging that same funding to create the 10 STEAM teachers. So now every school has a STEAM teacher that's providing access to that programming, but we aren't able to leverage that same structure to create PLCs. So we're not where we want to be.
So we traded something. Thank you for the clarification.
So how does alignment impact secondary? Coherent skill building from preschool through 3rd grade helps every student arrive in upper elementary and middle school ready for advanced math. Our middle school colleagues report wide variability in multiplication, division, and fraction skills. Alignment addresses these foundational gaps, and implementing unified teaching methods and shared math expectations helps ensure equitable opportunities for students across all Milpitas neighborhoods, so everyone enters middle school on equal footing. Research confirms early math coherence leads to stronger long-term performance, directly supporting LCAP goal number 1 for rigorous standards-based instruction.
Next slide, please.
So just a quick question, and this might be for the exec. So who talked about the impact of the change? Or, because I'm hearing them talk about the inconsistencies on the PLCs, and I hear we saying that we changed that structure, and it seems like there wasn't an alignment in the change of that structure, or there wasn't an awareness of the change of that structure, because they're speaking about it almost like third person.
We had to change it because of because PE paraprofessionals were doing work that belongs to teachers, and also because the PE paraprofessionals were doing work that belongs to teachers, and so both unions wanted us to correct that, and we could not maintain PE paraprofessionals doing PE without a direct supervisor of a certificated person, because then that violated the California Teaching Commission, which requires a credential. And so because we were in violation of both contracts as well as the California Teaching Commission, we had to change.
Thank you. I understand what you guys are saying, but right, there was a disconnect in why do we change something that appeared to be working, because you're looking at modeling at how to get it back, right? So now we know why we had to change it, and we're gonna figure out how to, right, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will explain a little bit about why preschool and transitional kindergarten. That is the first time at this Milpitas Unified School District that we are working on. So to transitional preschool and transitional kindergarten need to be aligned to ensure a smooth and developmentally appropriate transition for young children as they move from early childhood education into the K and 12 system. And so we're gonna have many advantages of that. It's gonna be the continuity on learning, developmentally appropriate practices, consistency, curriculum and standards, equity and access, a stronger collaboration among the educators, family engagement and support. By aligning the preschool and TK, we create a stronger foundation for lifelong learning setting for the preschool successful. Going to your question about how we get the data. So we have a wonderful tool for the preschool that we are aligning with TK. So we use the desired result developmental profile, is acronym DRDP. You will hear a lot about this when we are talking about preschool and TK and also kindergarten, right? So this instrument plays a crucial role in aligning preschool and transitional kindergarten especially by providing a standardized framework for assessing children's development and guiding instruction. Here is how DRDP supports alignment. So we have over there alignment with, you cannot see it, but there's about language and math. So using this tool, let me see, how the DRDP support the alignment. Consistent assessment tool, the DRDP is used both preschool and TK setting to observe the measured children's progress across key developmental domains, ensuring continuity in how children's growth is tracked. Developmentally appropriate expectation. Since DRDP is based on continuum of development, it helps educators understand where a child is on their learning journey and what their next step should be, making transition smooth. Inform instructional planning. By using DRDP data, educators in both preschool and TK can tailor their teaching strategies to meet the children's individual needs, supporting a seamless progression of skill. Supports individual learning. The DRDP provides insight into each child's strengths and areas of growth, allowing teachers to adapt learning experience in both preschool and TK setting to ensure children are developmentally ready for kindergarten. Enhances collaboration between educators. Since both preschool and TK teachers use DRDP, it promotes shared language and goals, helping them work together, support children's learning and transition effectively. Also, we have family engagement. We involve families on DRDP because we communicate with families about their children's development at home. And they provide valuable insight into progress and ways to support learning at home. By aligning preschool and TK through DRDP assessment, educators can create a cohesive, developmentally appropriate learning experience that ensures all children are supported in their growth and readiness for kindergarten. So we have, the DRDP has 43 measures and is assessing, that tool assess the whole child and all their skills, has domains and has measures. So that informs us how the kids are doing during the year. We report it twice a year on fall and spring, and we do have, after the assessment, we have a parent-teacher conferences.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So I'm going to just recap the highlights of our work. So basically, we always know that there's a gap, especially for our marginalized students. What we're saying in this work is we're going to be proactive. We're going to take proactive measures to prevent these gaps, because the gaps happen at the very earliest learning experience. What we're trying to say is there should not be a student in MUSD who has a different experience. They should all have the high quality learning experience that they deserve. What we're doing this year is we are building our capacity so that we get to a place where then we're going to use the structures in place, such as the community of practice for preschool, TK, kinder, and then we're going to bring on the other grade levels as we go. We're going to roll it out gradually, but we need to build our capacity. We're still in the learning stages. The whole purpose is take proactive measures to prevent any opportunity gaps that leads to academic gaps, right? Lost my train of thought. What we're working on is building a very strong tier 1 system. Why? Two things only, right? Our current reality right now is it's not about just exiting CSACE. We need to educate ourselves, get refamiliar with what the kids need at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6, so forth and so on, right? So we know how to assess, we know how to teach, we know how to meet them where they are because their needs are not the same as a kindergarten student or a 3rd grade. We need to reacquaint ourselves with that and stay anchored in the standards and make sure that we provide high quality instruction, meaning give them access so that they can play with it because we're also learning how to leverage students' natural curiosity. Give them something. You'll see how much they know. And they keep building. So the whole alignment is
Thank
build,
you, Director
right?
Kusunoki.
Thank you.
Yep. I,
Wait, I want to let, Wendy was going to conclude. Sorry. Did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I just actually was concluding for you.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I just want to say that I think that the work that you do is powerful. I've popped in twice when you're all working together and considering yourselves as well as colleagues and considering the different types of things you can do to align. And as I'm listening to all of you, I'm thinking that in the future, I think it would be better for board and I to experience what you're trying to share with us in a different way, maybe perhaps in a visit or something like that. So I'll talk with you and Executive Director Jahari about how that might look next time. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. Earlier, you guys were talking about the gaps, right? So from my understanding, TK is going to be, it's universal, it's not required. And we understand that the underserved population, they don't have access to preschool and all that stuff. So how are we doing community outreach to families with kids who qualify for TK? Because I'm still running into parents who don't know what TK is, and they have kids that could be attending our schools.
Does that live with this? Does that answer live with this group, or does that answer live someplace else? In terms of, you're talking about TK recruitment.
Yeah, I mean, how are we, for the achievement gaps and stuff like that with the TK and transitioning them into kinder, we're still going to have that gap, right? So if not all families are aware of our TK program.
I was just going to say, we do have our normal communication, but what we can consider is what we're doing for staffing, which is signage at the Great Mall through our contact.
And also, Scott has put together an enrollment campaign, which is active right now at the Great Mall, as well as on our social media and Smart and Final. Is that the name of it? So we could add TK to it. I know right now it's focusing on pathways, and it is also focused on our world languages school, but we can also add TK to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I noticed in the appendix, you've already identified certain gaps, especially, with the TK students already. I guess my question is this I'm not sure I got it right, the DRP or whatever report, is that carried on students from basically preschool to TK to, I mean, is that carried across the spectrum from basically, from when they're beginning to third grade, so that transitions, or help me understand
No,
that.
unfortunately, it's not. It's something that preschool utilizes a little bit differently than TK utilizes currently. Preschool, it's part of their requirements for being a state-run preschool. They do have to do the DRDP and submit it twice a year. For TK, we're using it as a guide for us as we are observing. The DRDP is an observational tool because we know that's the best part and the best way of assessing children this age. So we use it as a guide to help us understand where our students are at in TK and where they're going. So our TK report card is based upon the DRTP, and we use it kind of during that kind of what we call quote unquote grading time. So it unfortunately doesn't continue on. I think it would be a great tool if we, if the state can create one to continue it on, but this is kind of where we're at right now.
I want to say thank you for the presentation. It was really well put together. Answered a lot of initial questions I had as far as how is this funded. You talked about grants and PLC time. You talked about why we're doing this, and that's because of the CSACE, but it's a strategy that you're utilizing to kind of develop a pathway for our younger students. Coincidentally, at the beginning of TK introduction and pre-K, I kept hearing like, that's just daycare. That's just daycare. And I'm sure you heard it too, but the work that you're doing is transforming, to readiness. It's not about, the daycare. It's the students that come into our pre-K or TK program are being developed and ready for kinder to really get ahead. So I heard that. I really appreciate the work that each of you are providing in this, and anything that you do need from us as a board, I'm in support of. Thank you.
For the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I can see the numbers on track being like a larger percentile as far as I can see the percentiles here. Like the percentage is still like under like 1/4 probably of the students. So there are many multilingual learners that I can see. Again, the numbers, it's almost half of the enrollment of the TK. So, I mean, is there any possibility that we can reach out to the parents to be able to help us understand better, to cater to the students, right? Because there are many multilingual learners, and especially at the age of, the early development, which are like 10 school sites, which are elementary schools that we have. Is there something that you have, a process that you're thinking about doing that going forward?
So we as a preschool, we have a plan that all the kids that reach the age to go to the TK, we recommend the families to just move them. Yeah.
So I want to build on the question. Are there any other questions from the board?
For now, that's it for me.
Board Member No, you mentioned CSACE. And if someone can recollect or share with me in this presentation where they talked about how they were going to work on, in all of this stuff, I didn't hear about the professional development of the teachers so that students aren't misidentified for special education. I didn't hear that part, so maybe I missed it. And then I also didn't hear what Dr. Naka was saying about the parent engagement piece. You're talking about the classroom, but we know that these young learners, they go home. And if you've got the parents on board in some way, so I guess the question is simple, is there a parent component, and is there a component as it relates to addressing teachers, the misidentification of students for special education, and that's why we're dealing with the whole CSACE, and the data has shown that looking at in our district where that identification or that misidentification is happening, it's in the earlier grades and it's persistent. And we also had a board meeting about how students in special education aren't, what do we call it? Right, but we talked about how special education students aren't getting out of special ed. And then So you heard, so go ahead.
Yeah, and that's part of my passion. It's kind of part of my purpose. Inclusion benefits all. As a mom of a brown boy in this district, I'm personally invested. And seeing the disconnect between, tier one practices, those open tasks that allow access, it's directly connected to the work we're doing. If we're talking about inclusive practices, culturally relevant practices, universally designed instruction, it's all the same stuff. It's increasing access points, providing robust supports at a tier one level. So even though it doesn't on paper say that this is a CSACE thing, it's all CSACE things. Especially from my lens, it's how do we make tier one work for the kids we have, not the mythical average kid. So that's kind of, my focus.
So I'll circle back around, because what I'm saying is that we are identifying students, and you're saying that your approach will reduce the identification of students.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, as Superintendent Jordan said, us seeing and getting a little bit more understanding would be very, very helpful. So we'll definitely look forward. I know several of the board members look very forward to learning about that experience, because we know the difference that it makes at that early age. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions from Cabinet?
Thank you so much for sharing tonight.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, item 21, action items, business services. Approve Swinnerton Schedule Extension Amendment Number 2 for the MHS Performing Arts Center project.
Travis don't need no introduction.
Good evening, Board President Norwood, members of the board. With me tonight is Angie Wu, who's Operations Manager for Swinnerton Construction. As you recall, of course you know, we went out to bid on this project. Swinnerton was the lowest responsible bidder. We felt very fortunate in that they are a nationwide company and quite capable of such a complex project. The original schedule for this project was a start date of September 29th, 2023 with a completion date of August 4th of 2025. Along the way, there have been a great number of RFIs, requests for information, CCDs, which are construction change directives. Those come after an RFI. So an RFI, they ask a question. How does this beam meet with that beam? The plans aren't clear. An answer comes back. Maybe that triggers a more detailed response in a CCD. There's been a great number of those. Actually, over 650, almost 675 RFIs. So what happens when an RFI comes back?
What's an RFI?
Request for information. So there may be something missing in the plans, some conflict in the plans, some clarification that's needed. Could be either in the plans or as a result of the BIM modeling that the board awarded earlier to try to find this clash prior to actually constructing something. So when that happens, then Swinnerton will issue an RFI, the response comes back. So oftentimes that response requires action from the contractor. That action usually leads to a change order, right? And so then they're not building per the exact plans, and that takes time. So if you issue $1 million of change orders due to RFIs, errors, omissions in the plans, unforeseen conditions, those things take time to accomplish. So we're not at the base schedule level. So what we've done is work with Swinnerton to mitigate those as best we can, to incorporate them into their master schedule as these changes come along. Some of them, however, do take longer to accomplish, and this is what typically would trigger a schedule extension, is changes to the design, changes in the plan as a result of an RFI that turned into a change order. So what we've done with Swinnerton is just take a look at what are these change orders. Did they ask the RFI in a timely manner? I've had contractors that wait till they get right to that element of work, and then they ask the question, and then they say, oh, well, I was waiting 4 days on an answer, that's a delay. Swinnerton did not do that. They've been very timely in asking the questions way out ahead of time and seeing obstacles out ahead of time. And then when you get to a low bid contract, the contract language.
Obstacles in the BIM modeling?
No, sir. The obstacles in the plans. So if they say something in the plans doesn't work, they put in an RFI, the response comes back and it says, oh, yeah, move that wall over, extend that wall, or add steel, something that triggers a change order. That change order is extra work, right? So if we were to just
Right,
say,
so you said plans, and then I
Yes.
remember you said, we wanted, on top of the plans, because we went low bid, we also want to add this BIM modeling on
Correct.
top of that. So
Right.
that we would mitigate the additional changes, because we would be able to see in the
Yes.
BIM modeling exactly what
Correct.
you're talking about. But now you're talking about the plans only, separate from the BIM modeling?
right, no, it's all together. The BIM modeling saves us some change orders. So if you're already building something and then see the clash, now you're deconstructing something to reconstruct it. With the BIM modeling, you see as many clashes as possible in the BIM model on a computer screen. And then you can go, Swinerton can go to their subcontractors and say, how are we going to resolve this clash? So all the subcontractors put their information in, and then they sit around a table and go, okay, you have an HVAC duct here. It's about to run right through my fire sprinkler line. How are we going to resolve that on this computer? And when the board tours on the 24th, we have a really great example of down that the main corridor of the B building of this has every utility you can imagine right down the hallway, and they are tight together. So,
But just to clarify, the changes are not driven from the BIM modeling conflicts. It's just that the amount of RFIs that was generated due to some of the design conflicts and impacts, it kind of adds some times to rework or just kind of change the condition of the areas. And then also when you do a sidewalk, you notice that we have very substantial, massive CMU walls that really requires a lot of detailed designing that was not incorporated into the document. So just wanted to make sure clear that this amount of changes, directives that were issued were not necessarily for the conflicts we encountered through the BIM modeling. That actually helped us to get ahead of it and reduce the cost and the time.
So, can I get clarification? So so it sounds like the complexity in the original design, that it was lacking the specs. Is that what you're telling me?
yeah, so there's four things that trigger a change order, right? One is a
Right.
unforeseen condition. You're digging
Sure.
and you find a gas line
Yep.
you didn't know. Then the primary one is errors and omissions of the plans, things that just aren't buildable if you were to just,
Right.
like I always say, can you build per plan? Because that's cheapest, right?
Right.
When you absolutely can't build per plan and a change is necessary, that's what's triggered the majority of these change orders. So then we track, well, what is the percentage of the overall cost? Because an architect will come back and say, well, there's a standard of care in the industry, which we talked about last time, where we're on other projects, which is not our target, where we're between 7 and 10% of change orders. And so with a low bid project, what the contract states is the contractor has to give you it's called TIA, a time impact analysis. So they come to us and they say, here's a time impact on the schedule because of all of these elements we had to mitigate. RFI 229, RFI 281, RFI 296, RFI 396, CCT 225. All of these things are mitigating factors, and he lists that, and we sit down and talk about it. And we say, okay, well, did those things trigger the need for additional time to construct this facility? And so then in working with Angie and her team, we've come to, which is in the write-up, some days should be compensable for them and some days should not be compensable. So they're taking some of these days and saying, well, we don't want any extra compensation for these extra days. The ones where they are asking for compensation, we've negotiated a daily rate for that. And that daily rate is not for them to pad and get profit. The daily rate is to have a trailer there, to have a superintendent or two there, to have a project engineer, project manager. It's just their daily staffing needs to complete the project over this extended period of time. Now, when you walk through the buildings on the 24th, you'll see that building B, which is choral, band, orchestra, band storage, and some restrooms, is nearly done. They're hanging ceiling grid right now. They're painting. It's very close to being done. Where we came to our biggest hiccup was what she said, the CMU wall, concrete masonry unit wall. If you've been by there, it's 54 feet high. We're just about topped out there. There's a lot in those walls. I almost wish we had part open. Well, Kyle, I'm sure, has a lot of pictures. There's a ton of steel in those. There's a ton of rebar in theirs. There's a ton of embeds. So when you're inside the theater, you'll see steel ledgers all the way around. Some of it holds the catwalk. Some of it holds the roof, etc. So that was the biggest challenge. And that's a point where we came to an agreement on compromise to say, well, some of that challenge was due to all these RFIs and these changes, and some of it maybe was a little bit of a miss on the contractor's part on their competence in their subcontractor to do the CMU wall a little quicker than maybe they could. That's why you see non-compensable days on there where they say, that's on us, we're going to eat that, we'll leave staff on site for that period.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
Is this like a common practice that this happens?
Very much so, yeah. In a lease back, all your contingencies and allowances are built in. So that last time I reported out, I went through like this project, and I didn't do innovation because that's a prefabricated building, but I went through some other larger projects here in Fremont High School District and just said, well, on a lease back, what was our percentage of change orders? And that was at 7.5% to 10.5%. I reported out last time just to kind of see how we were trending here. At that time, we were trending at 2.5% here. As I told you, we have one really big one coming up. And so we've been working with Swinnerton and their subs to mitigate as many of these change orders as we can. Many of them are voided out. But yeah, it's typical. It's just in a low bid, it's outside of the contract. In the lease back, it's all built in. You would have, if this was a lease back contract, you'd have contingencies in there. I wouldn't come present to you. They would already be essentially in the contract that the district could award as they see fit. So either way, if this was lease back or low bid, you would have the same change orders. You would just have paid more to have a lease back contract. I feel very fortunate because when you low bid, you get who you get that's qualified, right? If they're a low bidder and they can bond it, that's who you're stuck with. And here we got Swinnerton, so I feel like we're blessed with that.
Ooh, when it's quiet. Any other questions from the board? Scott, are there any public comments?
No public comment at this time.
With my theme all night, how much is this going to cost us?
So for the compensable delays at a little over $5,600 a day, that keeps the trailer, the bathrooms, and their staff on site, $370,000.
Gotcha. And that's against the bond fund or
That's
the
bond
building
fund, yes, sir.
Bond fund. Thank you. No other questions.
Wait, he just brought up a,
Is the question, go ahead.
so, so there was a certain amount of contingency that was built in. Is this eaten into the contingency or no?
we
contingency?
earmarked.
He said the 7 to 10%.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't, the district, Windy, had earmarked 2 million for contingencies allowances that may come up, right? So you just didn't go spend it on another project. But it's not like a lease back where you'll see all kinds of allowances in the lease back, right? Here, there's nothing built into the contract. That's why we come to you for groups of change orders or large ones. Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. Swinnerton Schedule Extension Agreement number 2 is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. 21AII, approve the 2024-2025 second interim budget report and submit a positive financial certification to the Santa Clara County Office of Education.
Move to approve.
We have movement. We have Scott. Are there any public comments on this particular item?
There are no public comments at this time.
So we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any additional discussions regarding the second interim budget report and submit a positive financial certification to the Santa Clara County Office of Education?
No, I appreciate the team's study session on this, and so we went in depth. I particularly don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Any other board members? Superintendent, any questions from you?
No, I think that we covered everything in the study session and then subsequent discussion that came up in my superintendent's report, as well as what we've already discussed prior.
So is this approved? So the district stabilization, I see this as approved the 2024-25 second interim budget report and submit. So are we also approving the stabilization agreement, or is that in our purview to approve? Because the thing that sticks out in this line to me is submitting the positive financial certification in the second interim budget, but it doesn't call out the stabilization, which was also, I think, was one of the requirements in order to submit the second interim budget.
So the district stabilization plan is included in the multi-year projection that you are approving within the budget of second interim. But we will provide Santa Clara County the list of the plan along with the second interim budget.
And the list is what was on the second to last slide of the presentation.
Yes.
So, okay, and just to confirm, there was a request during the study session so that for association leaders, if they had questions, and it was confirmed that they're going to be able to get their questions answered with the second interim budget as well as the district stabilization agreement.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. There was discussion. Any additional discussion from board members? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 22B, Human Relations. Adopt Resolution 2025.35 to decrease the number of classified employees due to lack of work and or lack of funds. So there's two items there. It's either due to lack of work or due to lack of funds. Is there, Scott, are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, I have one written public comment. It is from Fritzy Borgia of Polaris Court with children at Zenker, Rancho, and MHS. I would like more transparency on which schools these position numbers correspond to for each, whether it's lack of funds or lack of work that is the reason for eliminating the position, and under whose recommendations these particular positions are eliminated.
Assistant Superintendent James, can you please provide some background on these positions and their funding source and why we are proposing them for reduction?
Sure. The paraprofessional positions are partially funded by the school site, and they are provided to add additional support to students. The majority of our paraprofessionals are assigned based on students with special needs or the TK program. So when sites have additional funding, they, through their school site plans, can allocate additional funding to support students. That funding, though, is based on the type of student that comes to the school. There's a formula, and that formula changes depending on if a student is EL, has special needs, or also foster youth is also connected to that. So those have shifted, which is why sites may not have as much funding as they had before to be able to support. The paraprofessional lab tech position is also being reduced because of a lack of work. The paraprofessional lab tech was supporting English learners and specifically crossing into the work of the certificated teacher. Earlier we talked, somebody mentioned the PE paraprofessional situation. So at that particular school, they have revamped it so that the teacher is providing the English language instruction. Therefore, there is a lack of work and also a lack of funding. The staff secretary position is also based on lack of site funds And with these positions, we are also looking at the seniority list. And so while it may be a combination of site of funds not being able to be funded by a school site, that is why these particular positions are here.
Any questions from the board at this point?
Scott, could you put up the resolution on the screen, please?
And while Scott's doing that, Damon, is it correct to hear, did I hear you say it was the lack of students to serve on those school sites, which also came along with funding? That was one of the reasons, and the reason for this language of saying due to lack of work is because that student population changed, and the lack of funds is because that student population changed, that school site had less funds to serve those types of students.
For some reason, I can't open the attachment, so we're working on something to get it
Okay,
open.
thank you.
Not exactly.
Okay.
The formula for students changed this year based on the request of site administrators in terms of placing the dollars, doing it in an equitable way. So we receive a certain amount of dollars for students based on the needs that they have.
Yep.
And so as that shifted, it made it so that certain sites that were receiving funds didn't receive as much. And therefore that triggered other site decisions that they had to make with the funds that they had available.
So they received less funds from the state, or they received less funds from the organization within the district, or?
Less district funds.
Okay. Any additional comments?
Also, Assistant Superintendent James, could you please just give an overview of, for the people in these positions, the opportunities that they have for other work in the district, given our number of vacancies that we have?
Well, we still need to negotiate, if you all move forward with the resolution, the impacts of the layoffs, but we do have paraprofessional positions, vacant paraprofessional positions open. And then based on their seniority, one or more may have bumping rights, meaning that they can bump another person out of their classification. All of those things would need to be negotiated, and we would share that information with the employees.
So I heard the superintendent say that there are potentially other classified jobs in the district completely separate from these, and that potentially these folks that are for this resolution that are going to be decreased could apply for other positions. And you framed it as the people that are being released have an opportunity to bump someone else from an existing job, not what the superintendent was referring to as para positions that are open.
Right, we have, all of that is accurate. There are vacant positions. They also have the opportunity through their rights to bump someone based on seniority. All of that, though, has to be negotiated with CSCA. So I can't sit here and say that para 1 will end up in another para position because we need to negotiate that.
Yeah, I don't think that's what what was asking for, but just wanted to clarify the part of your response that answered Superintendent Jordan's questions. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, when we say a lack of work or a lack of need, typically if there was a need somewhere at a different school site, there was opportunity to transfer a para, but based on the resolution, what I'm hearing you saying is that there's just not significant need for the type of work certain paras are allocated for.
So that was specifically to the paraprofessional lab tech at Zanker School. The others are a lack of funds and solely a lack of funds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
We have a motion to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. Item C, Superintendent's Office conduct the first reading of Board Policy 1313, Civility.
Scott, would you please put it on the screen for us? So this is a update on the current board policy that we have. You don't have it?
No, this one, when we were reviewing our board policies, this one was not there.
Oh, thanks.
So, and it
So
was
then-
fairly new, as you see there, 2021. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on one second.
Thank you.
There also appears to be a typo in the agenda as well too, Scott.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I'll change that right away.
Thank you.
I am not
Are we
on.
tabling this?
No, so this is a new policy to MUSD, and it is on civility, and it came about, the California legislature provided school boards, I think other electoral bodies, with the power to have somebody removed from the boardroom if they were not being civil and creating a disruption in the board meeting and preventing the board from conducting its business. And it also applies to school business, so at school offices and classrooms, if somebody from the public or a parent or caregiver, for example, is causing a disruption and not being civil, then it provides the administrator with the authority to have that person removed.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So this is a first reading, so the motion is for the first reading.
Is there a motion to approve the first reading?
Motion to approve the first reading.
We have a motion to approve the first reading. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries for the first reading.
Superintendent Jordan, I didn't see any language as far as referring it like to the local law enforcement, if they're being that disruptive. I know it says remove, but there's no language about
That
referring.
would be one of the, if you look at the reference codes. So Scott, can you put it back up, please? So if you look at the bottom where it had cross-references the government codes and the penal codes, that's where the authority comes in.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
And actually, at least that last sentence in the next to last paragraph seems to say you could do that, right? Or at least I'm reading it. Maybe I'm not reading it incorrectly, but I mean, you're responding to disruptive, violent, or threatening behavior in accordance to law and specified in that particular
Yep. So,
board policy or AR.
Superintendent can take action.
Yeah,
Again, it was just more of the prescribed.
I see.
What the prescribed
Gotcha,
actions are.
gotcha.
right,
Yeah,
so
okay.
if I was going too fast on the approval, right, because we passed everything, and now we're having additional discussion on the item. So if you need me to slow down, after motion, second, discussion, all those things, just let me know.
Understood. It's because it's conduct first reading, there's an ability to comment on the first reading.
Yeah.
During the discussion, right? Okay.
Well, thank you.
Item 2, adopt resolution 2025.33, recognizing and honoring March as National Women's History Month.
Yeah, for this particular resolution, I was over at the Milpitas High School extension at the MUSD Innovation Campus, and they did a great job.
Resolution 2025.33, recognizing and honoring March as National Women's History Month. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas in Milpitas and Santa Clara County, inspiring women have made a difference and paved their way for other women in their respective fields, such as City of Milpitas Mayor Carmen Montano, City Council members Evelyn Chua and Hong Lian, School Board Vice President Kelly Yip Chuan, and Trustee Dr. Anu Naka, as well as Supervisors Sylvia Arenas, Betty Duong, Susan Ellenberg, and Margaret Abe Koga. And
whereas Milpitas Unified School District maintains strong women leadership with Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, Chief Business Officer Dorothy Reconnaissance, Executive Directors Preeti Johari and Mary Jude Dorpinghouse, Directors Sandy Nguyen and Van Nguyen, as well as Principals Hannah Azrat, Jackie Vo Felbinger, Nicole Klein, Christian Prolo, Claudia Cardenas, Nancy Pass, Lori Armino, Parwinder Johal, Deanna Elzy, Carissa Scott, Shangri-La Miramzan, Hetal Patel, and Juliana Brahim. And
whereas throughout the U.S., strong women have garnered a special place in our history, such as Michelle Obama, the first African-American First Lady, Kamala Harris, the first women and women of color to serve as Vice President, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the youngest woman to serve in Congress, Amelia Earhart, the first female aviator to fly solo across the Atlantic, Sandra Day O'Connor, the first female Supreme Court Justice who served 24 years, Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, U.S. Rep. Nancy Pelosi, the first female Speaker of the House, and the list goes on. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront as every major progressive social change movement, such as women's suffrage movement, Me Too movement, March for Our Lives, and Women's March. And whereas American women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, climate change, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, such as 4-star General Anne E. Dunwoody and 4-star Admiral Michelle Howard. And
whereas the rights of women have been challenged throughout history, culminating in legislation such as in 1920, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution is ratified, ensuring the right of women to vote. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy signed into law the Equal Pay Act, prohibiting sex-based wage discrimination between men and women performing the same job in the same workplace.
In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law. Title VII bans employment discrimination based on race, religion, national origin, or sex. In 1994, President Bill Clinton signed the Violence Against Women Act, providing funding for programs that help victims of domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, stalking, and other gender-related violence. And in 2013, the U.S. military removes a ban against women serving in combat positions.
Now, therefore, be resolved by the Board of Education of Milpitas Unified School District that March is designated as Women's History Month.
Passed and adopted by the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education at a meeting held on March 11, 2025 by the following vote.
From the Milpitas High School Extension at the Innovation Campus.
Happy Women's History Month!
Move to adopt Resolution 2025.33, recognizing and honoring March as National Women's Month History.
Second.
I think
Before
we have.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we have a mismatch of the picture of Council Member Honley and with Supervisor Betty Daw.
So if we can get that corrected at some point and reissued before you upload the video to YouTube, make sure that County Supervisor Betty Young's picture is corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. We have this. Scott, are there any additional public comments?
No public comment at this time.
We have additional discussion, and part of that discussion was to make the correction to the video. Are there any other discussion items? Going once. Going twice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, resolution is adopted. Consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request that specific items be tabled or removed for discussion or correction. Are there any items to be tabled, removed for discussion or correction? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the consent items?
Make a motion to adopt consent items.
We have a motion to adopt the consent items. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none, motion carries. Dates of future board meetings. March 25th, tentative study session 5 p.m. Tentative closed session 6 p.m. Open session 7 p.m. Hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, and Round the World Languages School. April 22nd, next board tentative study session 5 p.m. Tentative closed session 6 p.m. Open session at 7 p.m. Excuse me. Are there any additional announcements or reminders?
I do have a couple, President Nova. We do have the Chamber of Commerce crab feed coming up this Friday, March 14th from 5:30 p.m. The doors are open and we still do have tickets if anybody is interested. Come and enjoy your weekend out there with us. And we do have the Science Olympiad coming up on Saturday as well. So it'll be great to have more community members, parents, and everybody come out there and cheer our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements from other board members?
This Saturday is also the Milpitas National Little League opening ceremonies at Cardoza Park. Starts at 8:30.
Awesome. Any other announcements or reminders? Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?